Good evening. This is Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for April 20th, 2021. As usual, we are meeting remotely using the Zoom platform, and the recording of this meeting will be a public record. So if you're going to make a public comment and don't want to be or have your image kept as a public record, you should turn off your video. So let's start off with updates and announcements. I know everyone is on the edge of their seats because of the verdict in the Chauvin case, which is scheduled to be delivered within the next few minutes. And if we hear what it is, I may make an announcement just for people's knowledge. So updates and announcements. First of all, let me just say that on April 6th, the Select Board voted to establish a Police Commissioners Advisory Committee. The PCAC is designed to make more efficient and effective the civilian oversight of the police exercised by the Select Board. And I'm told that our webpage will be up tomorrow and we can begin being selected for the Standing Committee of the Select Board, the Boards and Commissions webpage on the town's website, which is www.brooklinema.gov. And first, go to the PCAC page on that webpage and carefully review the charge for the PCAC. And then secondly, go back to the Boards and Commissions landing page and complete the, the generic application form there. In addition, we will expect applicants to give us some indication of their background and why they think they can contribute to the work of the committee. We're also trying to make it racially and otherwise diverse, so give us some demographic and other information that shows you will bring unique perspectives or experiences to the PCAC. Are there any other announcements from the by Select Board members? John.
Yeah, I'll jump in with just one.
John.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I just wanted to note that there was a 2-alarm fire on Adams Street within the past week, and it was, somewhat serious as fires go, and people were displaced. And I'm taking note of it for a couple of reasons. One is the response of our own fire department, which as always was excellent. And there was one firefighter who sustained some what they described as minor injuries, but we hope that that firefighter will return to duty safely, if that has not happened already. But the other thing that's worth noting is the response of neighbors on the street. And within no time at all, people were coming forward to see what they could do to help, including, help get information about insurance adjusters, find out if there are needs that could be met through some financial assistance, and find out a location for the displaced, the people who are displaced from the home. And as it turned out, by fortunate coincidence, there was a vacant property nearby that they were able to get permission to access for use of the displaced people from the fire. So Brookline tends to rally around people in times of hardship, and it happened again on Adams Street this past week, and I just thought that was worth taking note of.
Thank you. Any other, Nancy?
Well, I'll just add to that I know some of the residents in that area, and they are trying to establish a fund to help the family. They really lost everything, and people have. It's very. John said it's really gratifying to see how people respond to an instance of this magnitude. So.
Okay. The judge is reading the jury sheets right now, so I'm sort of looking over the side. Any other updates or announcements? Okay. Next, public comment. Do you want to hold on public comment or do you want to go forward?
Do we have anybody lined up in the queue?
We do
Devin?
not. That no one signed up in advance. There are 12 attendees here at this time.
Okay.
This feels to me like a moment when we should maybe just take a pause so that people can tune in. I don't know.
Oh, so, okay, Chauvin was found guilty of third-degree murder. So that's is what it is.
Well, is that the only, has he gone through all the charges?
No, that's the only one I saw on the TV.
Yeah, yeah.
Manslaughter. Okay. You know, as a lawyer, I never, make a comment on the decision of a jury. They take their job very seriously, and even if I disagree with it, I have to respect it. I think that finding Chauvin guilty on looks like all three counts is something that makes me take a deeper breath, take a deep breath, because the evidence seems so overwhelming that the anger that would result from a not guilty verdict on any of the charges would have been just overwhelming and very destructive. So let's take a deep breath and be glad that that's over and move forward. Okay, so where are we now? We're at public comment. Raul, did you have any updates? I think you went away when we were still doing.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, I needed to take a beat. Thank you, Bernard, to be able to see the verdict. Frankly, I knew that these moments hit people very differently, and for me, I think this is a good verdict, and we'll see what it means for policing in America. But if it went the other way, frankly, I didn't know if I could keep doing business as usual tonight and sit here and conduct this meeting and be part of this meeting. So I need to take a beat and see what happened there. So I'll probably have some more thoughts in the future, but anyway, that's what I wanted to share for now, and we'll talk more.
So, Devin, is there anyone in the public comment queue now? If not, we'll just go ahead. First, question of approving the meeting minutes from August 13, 2021. I had some edits. I assume other people had comments or edits to the minutes, provided them to Kate. So I moved approval of the minutes of April 13, 2001. On favor, Nancy?
Yes.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye, and for those watching, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure people understand that guilty on all counts is what I'm reading is the verdict. And I've seen reactions already ranging from amen to justice is done. I just think before we proceed, I just want to be sure everybody understands that there has been a verdict, and we'll be learning, a lot more about the consequences of this verdict. I'm told as many as 40 years could be the sentence. So, what can we say except let's hope this is a turning point for this country. But it's going to take, as Raul said, it's going to take time to fully absorb all of this.
Okay, continuing on, the chair votes aye. So next, question of, let's see, item number 3B through 3H, I'd like to take in under discussion. Let me just read what they are so that the record shows what we've voted on. Question of approving an amendment for the Brookline High School expansion project with William Ron for $160,955. Question of approving the applications for alternate managers at NETA for Angel Smith, Marcus Smith, Kelly A. Mansello, Alan Schuman, and Angela Cheek. Question of approving amendment number 7 for the Brookline High School expansion project with Hill International for additional construction services in the amount of $312,939. Question of approving guaranteed maximum price change order for Brookline High School expansion project with Skanska in the amount of $0. What does that mean? Well, apparently what it means is that the cost of the various items that went into this change order are paid for out of the contingency fund and other funds that are set up in a construction project. And anything left over in those funds go back to the owner, which would be the town of Brookline. So that's why we have this strange change order for $0, even though we saw through the packet that there are a lot of items on that list, 25 matter of fact. Any rate, 3F is question of approving change order number 2 for again tap-in gym and third floor renovations in the amount of $15,669.10. 3G, question of accepting a winter shared streets and spaces grant from the Massachusetts Department of Transportation in the amount of $199,835 to fund the construction of 3 year-round blue bike stations, purchase 1 new blue bike station and 15 blue bike bikes. And finally, 3H, question of accepting $2,000 in grant funds from communication to the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations to be appropriated into an account used to facilitate dialogue on racism, inequities, and engagement in Brookline in collaboration with Women Thriving, Inc. and True Change Associates. So those are the items under our omnibus vote. All in favor? Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John? That sounds like aye,
That's aye. Yep.
or looked like aye. And sure.
Aye.
Okay, next. Okay. Yes, Raul.
Sure. I just briefly wanted to give a shout out to our transportation administrator, Todd Corain, for going after that grant. There's our budget, and then there's what we can do by going after grants like the one he went after and our other department heads go after. But this one was from the Department of Transportation, which is allowing us to have year-round blue bike stations, in Brookline, which is phenomenal. So just wanted to give him a shout out for that.
Great. Okay. So this policing committee task force recommendations. And so Raul is proposing 3 recommendations. Do you want to read them, Raul?
Sure thing. Just by the way, am I the only one that's getting a lag on Bernard's video? Is it everybody else? Okay.
Okay, I'm in Philadelphia in a hotel,
Okay.
so there are going to be a lot of problems tonight.
All right.
If I go off video, it's because my
Well, maybe you would have more success if you weren't taxing the
my
bandwidth.
apologies.
And we don't mind if we just hear your voice and don't see your face. But
okay. Well, okay. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
So, what type of lag are you talking about?
Just occasionally your voice will lag behind your video, or you seem off time with us, but
Okay.
yeah.
it seems to me he almost freezes for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. So
And it just happened.
sorry, but
Like
that's,
just that.
that's where I am now.
It just happened. We wish to.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm happy to share, kick this off by sharing some of the, what we were asked to do. Both groups, the Reform Committee and the Reimagining Task Force, were to essentially take our recommendations and put them into items that the board could vote on. And so for your approval tonight, we have 3 of those items. And I can just describe all 3 of them, and we can have as much conversation as you want about any of these individual items. The first one is actually part of the community engagement and envisioning subcommittee work that we did the task force. And it was about having more engagement, more public engagement from the police department with Brookline residents and the community at large. We know that that there's going to be some more of that happening through the new PCAC, the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee, but this is a little bit different. This is an opportunity for the public to engage directly with the chief of police and others in the department. What we'd like to do is have the select board direct the Brookline Police Department to develop and implement a plan to hold a minimum of 6 public meetings annually in which residents can ask questions and offer suggestions. Chief of police would be there. We'd like 1 select board member to be present as well. And the meetings will be recorded. Each meeting would engage a different segment of the Brookline community. So for instance, there might be a focus on faith communities in Brookline. There might be a focus on the Asian community in Brookline, folks in public and subsidized housing and others. We do want to make sure that there's a regular focus, meaning an intersection of any of these populations and really thinking deeply about the impact of policing on people of color and those who live in public and subsidized housing. And then the department, we say should seek to partner with organizations like Brookline for Racial Justice and Equity, which is one I mentioned because I understand that they're interested in doing this work to partner with outreach efforts to make sure that that it's not just folks who are already tuned in to police department communications that are being being notified of the invites to these meetings, but there are partner organizations on the ground that can let folks know when those are happening. So that's one. Maybe we should take them one at a time.
Okay.
Well, if there's any thoughts about that one in particular.
Yeah. My concern is that we're setting up another process for community engagement when we have an existing process through the community engagement specialist and the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. It seems like that's the appropriate place to carry out this type of community engagement in conjunction with the PCAC, because I mean that is one of the roles of that committee. There's no need to set up a separate process here. That's my thought. Heather.
I thought the police department already did something like this twice a year.
Yeah, they do. It's what's it called? Community roll call. And I think that that could be the foundation for something, some work with the community engagement specialist. But that was sort of a specialized program where you actually went in and pretended you were a police officer and doing simulations and getting a sense or a feel of how things operate in the station. I mean, it's a great program.
Do we know how successful this has been in outreach? And then my other comment is 6 seems a little excessive. I think quarterly is probably more appropriate.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
they've been very successful. I mean, COVID sort of knocked them out. People who attended really, and I attended. I mean, it was a great program. It's just very, very interesting. It gives you a sense of some of the real situations that police have to face and the importance of training and training again to create muscle memory in terms of how you respond to situations.
I'll just note that there are 2 completely different purposes here. One is to better inform the public about policing and the way that policing operates. The other is to hear from the public about their perspectives of policing, and they're 2 totally different. I take Heather's point that maybe with especially with the PCAC that maybe quarterly makes sense though.
Yeah. John, did you have your hand up?
I did. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to comment, make a couple of comments, if I may. I think, the spirit behind each of these 3 proposals is one that I agree with. At the same time, I feel as though I keep thinking about the process that leads up to town meeting and how if, motions such as these 3 were proposed, it would be just the beginning. Because there's certain parties that it just seems, undeniable that they need to be consulted for some kind of input on these proposals. The first one certainly I would want to hear from the police department about the idea of 6 meetings a year and how we might set those up. And maybe that's not the right number. And, how about the idea as to who should be included and how they should be held? The second one involves questions of youth programs and what are described as non-public school of Brookline investments in youth programs, which kind of begs the question of how are we investing in youth programs right now through the schools? What are the gaps and so on? So I won't belabor the point. I want this to be the beginning of a process of bringing in people to reflect on and to provide input on each of these 3 motions. But I don't feel as though we should take the vote at the beginning of the process. I think we should take the vote at the end of the process.
Nancy?
I also have been doing some online looking, especially at the Cahoots program and the community engagement issues and processes in Eugene, Oregon. And I'm certainly not finished. There's a huge amount of material there, but it seems very interesting. And I'm wondering, what we could learn about how we do things and what we could make better, given some of the issues that Eugene, Oregon has faced. So I would like for us to, look at that and figure out, is that, is the way they do it the best way, or is there another way that would be better? Clearly, they've had a lot of success, and it's a very, very attractive program. So I think we're all eager to learn more about it. And the question is, how do we do that, and who would make the presentation? Mr. Kleckner, have you thought about that issue?
Could you repeat it, please?
I'm talking about getting information about the Cahoots program, how it works, how we could apply some of the principles of that program to Brookline, and whether they would work here or not, that kind
Well,
of
we would ask them. I think we would engage them and ask them, what they've done in other parts of the country, how it would apply here. So we would engage them directly in a contract, I believe.
I think that we should do that before we start making any kind of decisions about what we should vote on in terms of processes. I mean, I think Grohl's idea about meetings is a good one. And I think that I know that in the past, I've been involved in community meetings about policing when we've had issues in North Brookline. And they were very successful meetings and very good for the community and very good for the police. But I think in this instance, we do need to make sure we have all of the information in terms of being able to structure a program that has the elements that we believe will work here.
Yeah.
I'll just note that, man, if we can't get this done, I don't know what hope we have for the rest of the items that are coming our way. But I'll just note that this is, we have passed we have a community engagement plan that we've put in place that already directs departments essentially to have some kind of process through which they engage the community and get community feedback and input. This essentially is simply asking the police department to come up with a plan for how they're going to do that. It sets a threshold for a minimum number of meetings. Frankly, if our police chief is only meeting 4 times a year with members of the community, I mean, that's shameful. If they're only meeting 6 times a year with the members of the community, I think that's shameful too. And this sets a minimum threshold for which and set some specifics about what that might look like. But it does say to develop a plan. I mean, it is directing the department to develop a plan and to bring back the plan and then to implement the plan.
Why would the department be the one to do that, since we have a community engagement specialist whose job is to work with departments to develop plans and implement them? I mean, this seems to be redundant.
Well, they can use whatever resources they want in developing the plan, but the key is they're responsible, not the community engagement person isn't responsible. They're responsible for their own community engagement. And so, if they want to use the resource that is the community engagement person, then that's something that's up to them, I suppose. But
John?
Well, yeah, I know it can be frustrating, to feel as though we aren't ready to make a decision on just holding some meetings. But let's think about this for a second, if you don't mind. There's a real issue that I think people are very familiar with right now, including people in the police department. And that is, it's hard to have meetings with the public and not face the reality that there are significant parts of the public who don't trust the police right now. And so who holds the meeting is one of the key questions here. There might be more productive use of these meetings if, in a sense, representatives of the police department and representatives of the community sort of met on neutral ground, if you will, and in an atmosphere in which it's not the police department's meeting, where they control the meeting and they control the questions, and it's used by the police department. But there's nothing wrong with using a meeting for public relations purposes. But I think they would be immediately accused of oh, well, that's that they're doing that just to sort of serve their own interests, and we won't really get down to the real hard issues if it's their meeting. And I'd love the police department to hold meetings with the public. I'd like them to decide, how best to do it, how they can get the most out of it. But I'd also like, as Bernard was just suggesting, to emphasize the role of our community engagement specialists in this, to figure out how some forms of meetings can be held that invite the community in who don't trust the police right now, and how there can be really hard talk between police and the community on some of these issues of distrust.
What I like about the idea of using the community engagement specialist that we hired for this very purpose is that this person can facilitate meetings. I mean, meetings with police and communities, I have attended, not in Brookline, but many, many years ago. And if they're just people coming in because the police say they're gonna have a meeting, or if the police come in because the community says they want a meeting, it's going to be chaos, and it's not really going to be very effective, very useful. I mean, the community engagement specialist job, it seems to me, is to facilitate meetings so that they can be successful, so that they have a goal, achieve that goal. They have a way to ensure that everyone is heard and that there's follow-up. So I mean, why do we have this position if we're not going to use it? Seems to me.
I'm quite sure she's not just sitting around. I'm quite sure she's working on a number of different projects, and maybe
this is one of them.
Maybe this is added to her plate, but anyway.
Okay, here, I propose that we give this assignment to the community engagement specialist and to work with the PCAC to carry it out. Yeah, I think that's my motion. Anyone object to that?
I mean, I sure do. I mean,
okay.
Obviously, I sure do. This is. I mean, there's a motion on the floor. I mean, welcome to amend it, I suppose. But there needs to be some accountability for this police department to be responsible for doing this, to say, not to be able to say, hey, no one set up a meeting for us, so we didn't have anywhere to go, but for them to be responsible for driving this process. It's the folks in the community are asking for more accountability and more transparency and having punting that to somebody else and making it their responsibility to set this up. They can work with we mentioned Brookline for Racial Justice and Equity, which would be a willing partner. They can work with the community engagement specialist, who I'm sure would be a willing partner, but to have them drive this process and to come up with a plan and to bring it back to us and the PCAC or whomever else, so that we can see that plan and then be able to weigh in on that plan. That's what's being proposed.
So you have a motion on the floor. I have an amendment to that motion. Any further discussion? Okay, let's vote. Let's first vote on the amendment to the motion that the police department be, I guess it's told to, not told, that we request the police department work with the PCAC and the community engagement specialist to set up meetings with the community on
Bernard,
Mm,
basis, but some schedule that is appropriate and reasonable.
Bernard, you might have to repeat because you cut out for a little bit.
mm.
I move that we instruct the police department to work with the community engagement specialist and the PCAC to set up a reasonable schedule of meetings with the community to discuss police matters and other things. That's an amendment to the motion that Raul put on the floor. I think you vote on the amendment first. All in favor of the amendment?
May I ask a question? Is that actually sort of substitute for the motion?
Yeah, let's make it a substitute.
Yeah.
Then we only have to vote once, right?
Well, it seems to cover everything, nicely, but in a different way, with different language.
Okay. So let's vote on the substitute motion. All in favor? Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Abstain.
Raul?
No.
John?
I'm going to abstain for the reasons I stated at the outset of the conversation. I just think we need to take a little bit more time with all of these three.
Okay, and chair votes aye. So that's 2-1-2. So the motion, I think, fails, right?
Mhm.
A tie vote is a failure. Oh, wait, no, one opposed. So no, the motion passed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it would be two
okay.
abstentions, 2 in favor and
That's
1
right.
no.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. Raul, the other two proposals, I think, really aren't ripe for discussion, but well, let's go with them. Let's go over them one by one. Second proposal is conduct an assessment of the town's non-PSB investments in youth programs and recommend enhancements to those investments as part of a more holistic approach to public safety. I guess I'd like to understand what this means.
Sure. For folks who read the report, you see that a big focus of our community engagement and envisioning piece was around really recentering public safety around youth and families and thinking about what investments we're making beyond the schools, right? So obviously the schools is a huge investment in youth and families, of course, but thinking how we're utilizing the rest of our budget. And there are some good things happening, we think, out of, for instance, recreation and even transportation, really getting a sense of what contributions we're making on the town side to this aspect of public safety. The part that you didn't read was this can include but should not be limited to transportation, financial assistance for youth programs that are, again, on the town side, not necessarily on the school side, funding for the Brookline Teen Center, and other programs for youth. And so the request here is that an assessment be conducted to see what needs there might be on the town side.
By the town administrator.
Right.
Will this require us to spend money?
Well, spend resources, whether that's money.
I think Mel is trying to.
Well, I'll speak up. Well, first of all, I think this is a very reasonable proposal, and it's been in the task force report for quite a while, so I've been very familiar with it. My guess is I probably would need to use some consulting expenses. We did put in the supplemental budget, which we'll talk about later tonight, some funds for consulting with the police on police recommendations out of the two task forces. So it would to whatever extent we can consolidate it with some of the other social service stuff. I'm not sure, but I would probably need some consulting support for this.
But it doesn't make you nervous about having to find money. Okay.
Nope.
Thank you, Mel.
Okay. Okay, any other comments from the select board? Just shout out because my screen is frozen. I apologize for this. No? Okay. So do you want to vote on it? Did someone say something?
I think that we have to make sure, the only thing I don't see in here, it says non-PSB investments in youth programs, and that's fine. But I do want, I think some of our school personnel are experts in programs that may not be in schools. And so I just would want us to be sure that we include them in discussion, so we may learn things as well from their participation. So I don't want this to be in isolation from the schools, but in collaboration.
Right.
Are you shaking your head because?
Yeah, and we can't really talk about the team.
Yes, I'm shaking my head in agreement with you. Yeah.
Okay.
And we can't talk about the teen center, for example, without talking about the schools. It's not just, I mean, they are central to that. So.
Right.
So, okay, what do people want to do?
Well, I mean, I think it's a worthwhile endeavor. We are trying to get information, and that's what this is designed to do. I do think that, we will find out some things about what people think we lack and what we don't, and what the teen center, the kind of gaps that the teacher, the problem is that this year has been so weird that it's hard to rely on. Hopefully we're going to be back to a different normal. And this year has already normalized itself, and it's very, it's difficult, especially the kids have suffered terribly because they haven't had the kinds of programs that they've had in the past. So we have to make sure that we don't assume that the situation we have now is going to continue. And, but I'm happy to support it.
Okay.
Because it's asking for information, which we don't have. So.
Okay. So you want to vote? All in favor? Pardon me?
Yes.
Okay. So before we go, Devin, could you send me another link to the meeting? Because my bandwidth is really very, very unstable.
Yes.
And I'll check in by phone. So all in favor, Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
John? I'm sorry, Raul?
Aye.
John?
I'll vote aye on this one.
And chair votes aye. Okay, third item. Want to go over that?
Yeah, and so this one, certainly not expecting the board to necessarily vote on this tonight, but I do want to make sure that we start this conversation. And this is about, the motion would be that the select board file a town meeting warrant article in the fall 2021 town meeting for a home rule petition in the state legislature to permit certain limited traffic enforcement functions to be fulfilled by civilians. So a little background here. If again, for those that read the report, you'll see that we dug into this extensively. We talked to folks in other communities that are looking at not civilian, essentially, traffic enforcement, non-police traffic enforcement. That included City Councilor who got an initial ordinance passed in Berkeley relative to this, and the city council that was working on this in Cambridge, Rasan Hall from the ACLU, and a number of other people about this. The idea here would be to mitigate many of the issues that we're seeing certainly elsewhere. I suppose it doesn't make sense to get into some of the back and forth about racial bias in traffic stops here in Brookline. We think that there's strong evidence that it does exist here in Brookline, and folks are welcome to disagree with that, look at the same data and reach a different conclusion, I suppose. But I think that some of what we've seen and the violence that we've seen again elsewhere brings into sharp relief the need for us looking at whether or not we actually need police to do traffic enforcement. It may be convenient to, because we have a police force that's available 24/7, and it may give them other reasons to engage in police work. However, my primary concern, and in our conversations, our primary concern around traffic enforcement was just keeping roads safe. That's it. Not trying to see whether or not someone has warrants or whether or not someone's doing something else. And certainly, while pretextual traffic stops are somehow legal, it doesn't make them right. And really avoiding those kinds of stops, and also avoiding some of the dangers as we saw in the Dante Wright situation as well. As I mentioned last week, that was a situation where a stop was made. I mean, this is a pretextual stop, no question about it. But there was a warrant for failing to appear on a misdemeanor. That was what came up in the system. As I mentioned before, in these stops, police don't get to choose when the stop happens, where it happens, how much backup they have, how many people are in the car when they make that stop. They're making that stop as it happens. And in the case of, there's a lot of conversation around things like training, and we just need better training, and more female officers or more officers of color. In this case, we had a 26-year veteran of the force, a woman. And that's one of the things we say, well, we need to get, diversify the force in all these different ways. Who somehow, it appears, mistook a taser for a firearm, and shot and killed Dante Wright, who I think we all should agree should be alive right now. And so, this is something that we feel really strongly about as a task force, and that we wanted to bring to the select board. At the same time, we understand that there are certain preemptions, including at the state level, around civilian traffic enforcement, and the idea that essentially the codes are written such that police do. It doesn't. I don't know that it specifies that you can't have civilians form this role, but the statutes are written such that police are the ones that that do traffic stops. And so what we're asking for is to request that the state legislature give us, and perhaps others will be asking the legislature for the same thing through home rule petitions, but give us the flexibility to figure out whether or not that's the right approach for us, and whether or not we should do something very differently. Without that flexibility, this conversation really doesn't go much of anywhere. So we think first that we need that flexibility from the state house. So I'll stop there, and
Okay, what do people think?
Bernard, if I may.
Yeah,
So
Heather.
I'm generally supportive of this idea. However, if it's going to be a warrant article for the fall, I would like to try to save us 20 minutes by going back and forth about this, and say that this can wait until after town meeting. We have a whole bunch of warrant articles that need to be heard tonight. And if we are going to try to make the 10:30 deadline, this is a very complicated issue, as I found out when I championed the scooter pilot program. I was very frustrated with our traffic enforcement. But this issue, we need almost an hour and a half to really do a deep dive to get this right and for this board to feel supportive of such a warrant article.
Yeah, I agree. Any other discussion?
Well, I think I heard Raul say himself that he doesn't expect that we're ready tonight. So I agree with that, and I agree with Heather. And I do agree with both of them that this is something that needs to be looked into. In fact, you know, it's not news that this is what causes a lot of bad interactions that can in fact lead to death. This happened to Dante Wright. And yet the path towards figuring out what's the alternative to the way that we do traffic stops currently has been one that is full of obstacles and other issues that come up along the way. And so I think we can set out on a path towards an article, but we're not ready to say for sure that that's going to be the best and most immediate thing that we can do to make sure traffic stops in Brookline do not have bad consequences. So I think we got to look at the whole range, and I think I agree with my colleagues that we're going to need to take some time before we're ready to vote to actually put this on the warrant for the fall town meeting.
Yeah. And the other thing, this is one of the issues that should be, I think, is contemplated to be on the agenda for the PCAC. Identifying those types of traffic stops that police will not make. I mean, one of the problems, or one of the things that happened with Dante Wright was that one of his infractions was having a air freshener on his mirror. Well, as it turns out, that is a common violation across the country, including in Massachusetts, although the statute seems to be written pretty weirdly. But that's the type of thing that the PCAC recommend to the select board that we put in our policies will not be done. Also economic stops, meaning stops based on the fact that someone has a broken tail light or other things that tend to be reflections of people's economic status. So I agree that we're not really in a position to vote on this now, but it's also something that we should expect the PCAC to do. Did people hear me when I said that?
Yes.
Yes.
Word, yeah.
Okay, I have both.
Let me just make one other suggestion. There are probably some things like a broken taillight where they can take down the license number and send the person a sort of informational thing. Hey, your taillight's broken. Please get it fixed because you're not as visible to other drivers or something of that nature, so that you're not ending up with any kind of confrontational things, but you're getting the information out to the person that is the driver who needs it. So just a thought.
And I mean, I agree that we should not, maybe the police should not be doing that, but there's no reason why that type of stop needs to be a dangerous stop. I've gotten stopped many times, yes, for even broken taillights. But police give you a warning and you go about your business and get it fixed. So.
I'll just say, because the conversation, and I take Heather's point that we can take this up again in the future. I'll just say this: I think that if there's going to be a shift on this, then it's going to have to be communities, where communities like ours, where the likelihood of something like what we've seen in the news happening is perhaps lower. Along with communities where that likelihood is much higher, working together and making these changes in tandem. I think Brookline making that shift provides the space and opportunity for other communities potentially to follow suit. And it's this to me is very personal and it's very real. You know, I've mentioned a situation before where I've had a police officer put a gun to my head, that I was in the passenger seat and my buddy missed the stop sign. That was what we were stopped for when that happened. Of course, that was in New York, not here. But I say that to say there are people in other communities that aren't Brookline that are dealing, you know, we see the worst of it. We see when someone's shot, we see when someone is pepper sprayed in their face, you know, even as they wear a uniform serving our country, we see those things, and we don't see all of the other circumstances where people are demeaned and treated poorly, and really fear for their lives. Remember, you know, Lieutenant Nazario he continued on because he was afraid of stopping in a place that wasn't particularly well lit and wanted to continue to stop somewhere where it was well lit to provide for his own safety. And that didn't even work out for him. You know, so I just say all that to say, I would encourage us not to just look at whether or not, you know, well, nothing, you know, that's that old, you know, we're different, nothing's happened here, all that kind of stuff, and really think more holistically about whether or not there's a proper role for policing in traffic enforcement at all, regardless of whether we're in Brookline or parts of Boston or somewhere else in the country. So I look forward to continuing the conversation with you all.
Yeah, we've had incidents in Brookline where, damn, it was good that the police were available. I mean, the shooting up on St. Paul Street a few years ago. So, I mean, it's not as if police don't have a role in traffic enforcement. I hope we sort of realize that. Okay, so we're gonna.
Yeah, I would just separate out, because I do want to make this clear, so no one's thinking that we're saying this. It's not to say that we're getting rid of police. I've said multiple times before, if there's something where there's a dangerous situation, someone with a gun, I'm not recommending we send social workers in. I think we need highly trained, you know, people, and right now those folks are police with the ability to make sure that they preserve the lives of everyone involved. So I just want to make sure folks out there don't think that we're suggesting that at all.
Okay, great.
If I may, I just
okay.
May I add one point to this?
Yes.
Yes. Because I want to pause just to honor, if that's the right word, what Raul said. That experience is horrible and should not happen. It's unacceptable. There should not be any excuse for a gun to be pulled on a motorist because of a violation at a stop sign and or a passenger. And you know, we've got to keep that in mind, that the end goal here is for that not to happen again, ever. And at the same time, I also want to point out that one of the encouraging things that's going on here is that state legislatures are getting involved in a significant way, unlike any experience before, where they always lagged the pressure for reform. And now they're running ahead of the pressure for reform in some states. I hope this will be true in Massachusetts. And I'm bringing this up because I do think the ultimate answer to this is going to come from the state, because when you think about it, it really does not make much sense for different communities all over the Commonwealth to have to get home rule petitions to do traffic enforcement differently. You know, you don't want one kind of person doing it in Newton and then you crossed over, you know, into, you know, Arlington and it's a different kind of person, and a just different kind of person in Brookline and in Cambridge and wherever. So I do think we should stay focused at the state level, and we should pressure our legislators to be ahead of the communities. Home rule petitions tend to be, you know, where good ideas go to die, because the legislature tends to take its time with home rule petitions. It doesn't have to be that way. If the state would get ahead of this and set standards for the entire state. That's the comment I wanted to make. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, by the way, can people see me or?
We see your name, which is fine.
Okay. Okay.
We hear you.
Just so you know, we can also see you. You have a different window open now. So you have two windows open and we see you in one of them.
I just realized.
Okay, so I need to not blow my nose in front of my phone.
Be on your
Okay.
best behavior.
Yeah, that's my fix for this unstable Wi-Fi. So Any rate, let's move on. Common victual license, Silk Road, Uyghur, Uyghur, I think that's how you pronounce it, cuisine. Question of approving the application of a new common victualler for Uyghur's Corp. Doing business as 6 Silk Road Uyghur Cuisine. Adelaide Shadki is speaking or is available to discuss with us. So please introduce yourself and tell us about your restaurant.
Hi, my name is Adila Shadiq and I'm Uyghur. I'm from northwestern part of China in Central Asian part. And I have a Uyghur restaurant in Cambridge. I'm planning to open a new restaurant in Brookline area. Uyghur food is very, we cook very traditional and unique Uyghur food is more about noodles and kebabs. We have very combined Central Asian culture and some Chinese flavor. So we make really good and special here.
Great. The Uyghur people have been in the news for some unfortunate situations with
Yes.
China. But we welcome you and the rest of this group to Brookline. And one of the benefits of welcoming you here is that we get a new type of cuisine to enjoy. I love eating, and I'm looking forward to partaking of the cuisine that you're going to be offering. I saw your menu; it looks interesting.
Yes.
So,
We have very good reviews on Cambridge side. Hopefully we will do very good in Brookline.
good. Okay. Any discussion from the select board?
No, just excited. It's a great location, and I used to live right there, and really excited to check this new place out. Thanks for coming here. I checked the other place out in Cambridge online, and it looks amazing. So can't wait for you to open up here.
Okay, let's see, the hours of operation, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Yes.
You're not having music or alcohol, so those issues are not relevant to this application. It's just a common victular application. I don't see any issues. Police and others have no problem. So I move approval of the common victular application for Uyghurs Corporation doing business as Silk Road Uyghur Cuisine at 1398 Beacon Street. All in favor, Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for you guys. Thank you.
Okay, we're looking forward to it.
Thank you.
See you soon.
See you guys. You're
Oh,
welcome.
yeah, here, a question.
Yes.
Excuse me. When are you opening?
We will get the key on May 1st. So we will do some changes in the decoration a little bit. This is how my restaurant look right now. We might do some Uyghur decoration and we'll be opening in 1 or 2 weeks.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. And next, question of approving the application of an upgrade of license type for Square Press LLC doing business as Levite at 1644 Beacon Street from a food vendor to a common victualler license with proposed seating for 14 seats and hours of operation Monday through Saturday, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and Sunday, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. So, and this also includes question of approving the application for outdoor seating for 8 seats. So who's going to introduce this? Do we have anyone?
Mr. Nagel, you're on mute. I believe Stephen Nagel is here.
Yes.
Is that right?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. My wife and I own the restaurant, and we have a CV license. We don't have a public restroom, and the space next to us became free And so our plan is to move next door, have a restroom and have a few seats.
Great. Okay. Any questions? Any discussion from the board? Hearing none. But by the way, just yell out because I cannot see anyone's picture. Okay, so I move approval of the application for an upgrade of license type from food vendor to a common victualler license, and approving the application for outdoor seating for 8 seats. All in favor? Nancy?
Bernard, I just want to point one thing out, which is that at least in our packet, the report from DPW is still pending. So I think we need to condition it on a satisfactory report from our Department of Public Works.
What is, I guess I missed that actually. What is it the DPW is looking?
They probably are involved in the outdoor seating. I'm not sure, Mr. Nagel, is there any concern about that was expressed to you?
I haven't heard of any concern.
But usually we have the DPW look at the layout on the sidewalk, measure things to make sure that there's adequate passage.
Okay.
And all that stuff. So if you wanted to approve the license conditional upon that recommendation, I think that's fine.
Okay, so I move approval of the license for an upgrade and outdoor seating for 8 conditional on getting the approval of the Department of Public Works. All in favor, Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, next.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Well Tower Balfour Brookline Tentant LLC, all alcohol license public hearing. So this is a public hearing, but who do we have from Well Tower to present this?
Well, Mr. Chair, first of all, the hearing is scheduled for 7.
Oh, it's 6. How did we do that?
I don't know. I think everybody was distracted from the trial, and we didn't have the normal public comment and public announcements. So I think we're going to suggest that we might be able to move up some non-controversial warrant articles that maybe not possible in Brookline, but I'm hoping that there's a few under number 12 we could bring up, and Melissa's prepared to review which ones, and then we can see if we want to do that or if we have to take a short break, I'm afraid.
Yeah, let Melissa, what ones can we move up?
Sure. So I think you have a memo on Article 20. So 19 and 20, I think the board had provided some feedback to planning staff and they responded with a memo addressing that. So I think that those two might be ready. I'm not sure if planning staff are available. The memo came from Maria Morelli. It should have been in your packet.
What other ones, Melissa?
Article 23. So the board hasn't voted on this. They've had the public hearing. The advisory committee has tabled that. So I'm not sure if that means there might be an update from Roger. Article 33 should be ready to go. The petitioner, when last we met with the advisory committee, the petitioner was still holding out for some changes. The advisory committee pretty strongly recommended coming to consensus, but I'm not sure where they are with that one. Article 35, I think we were ready to vote on it last week. The issue is whether or not to vote on the article as recommended by the petitioners, or the advisory committee was referring that to a study committee. Article 36 should be ready to go. It was pretty much a split vote on the advisory committee level. Not sure how the board, if the board feels that they might be ready for that one. And then Article 40, you have the advisory committee subcommittee version for that article. The full advisory has not taken a position on that one yet.
Okay, what about Article 11? Is there?
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped over 11, the way that it was wrapped. I think The issue at hand with Article 11 is that there were some people that were interested in understanding the way that the statement was going to be developed, and the article itself didn't speak to that. And so I think that there might be some changes that address that, but I have not seen where that current language is.
Okay, so do you have any idea what type of changes may be coming down the road? Are they major, or are they just?
I think it just clarifies who would be responsible for drafting the statement. And I don't know if Raul, if you just by being or DICR has been kind of involved in this, if you've heard anything further on this one.
Right. I think it would. I think it just. This was based on Mike Toffel's comment or question from the other night. Really, it just needs to put into writing the process that we use to create the acknowledgement that you've already seen, which is the chair's involvement. That's Raquel Halsey, who you heard from last week, and collaboratively working with the Indigenous Peoples Day Celebration Committee to come up with that announcement. Acknowledgement. And that's we don't imagine that this is something that's going to be updated frequently. Certainly not every town meeting, and I don't even think every year. I mean, likely every few years or so, if it feels necessary. But that's the process that would happen again. Be a collaborative process in public view through our meetings, just like it was this time around.
So is that in the form of an amendment that Mike Toffel presented, or?
No, it wouldn't be an amendment. It would be literally including that language in the description of the article.
Okay,
I think the article explanation was going to be amended to,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so can we vote on the article with the explanation with the amendment to the explanation?
So you don't need to vote on the explanation, but if you're satisfied with the way the article's written, you can vote on that in the hopes that the advisory committee won't do further tweaking.
Okay, yeah, I propose we do that. Any objection to voting on this one first? I don't hear any. So I move favorable action on Article 11, Indigenous Peoples Land Acknowledgement at Town Meeting. On favor, Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, you say the marijuana bylaws, zoning bylaw and general bylaw still have some work to be done?
So the advisory committee had taken a position, but then the board provided feedback that prompted Maria to provide a revised motion in response to that feedback. And that's what you should have in your packet.
Right. Any comments on the revised motion?
Maria, do you know what page of the packet that is? I mean, Melissa?
I use the OneDrive folder, so I can tell you in just a minute.
Nancy, if you click the link that I just put in the chat
Okay.
and then click the body of item 12 for the review and possible vote, that document is titled Warrant Article 20, Proposed Amendment to the Select Board. And it is 9th. It's the 9th item under that agenda piece.
Okay, well, I'm not sure I've gotten to the right place, but
Well, the memo is on, looks like to me it's on page, oh, I just had it. I lost. Did you know what page number Maria's memo is? Or if we can't find it, maybe we could post it. And
Yeah, by the way, I mean, we're getting this memo at the last minute, and I don't really have good access to last minute things.
You had this memo when this was heard, when the public hearing happened,
After the public hearing. It was
Oh,
in the
that's the
packet that was sent to you on Friday.
Okay, so the original memo, okay.
It looks to me like the only change we have here is about that. There was the conversation we had about parking maximums versus minimums. or whether or not there should be any. And so what I'm seeing is version 2. Is that, Melissa, what we should be looking at? Is
It's with the
version?
yellow, she's got the yellow on it, so you can tell
Right.
the markup between the advisory committee.
Right. So what that does is eliminates the parking maximum. And just mentions a minimum of loading dock space. Other things like that. I mean, it's a minor change. Well, it's not a minor change, but it's there's not a whole lot of changes. There's just the one big change, I think, here.
Yeah, and at the zoning bylaw committee meeting, the point was made that we want to encourage, I guess what they call social entrepreneur licenses, and making the parking requirements and other requirements unnecessarily onerous really undercuts that goal, or undermines that goal.
That is page 583 of your packet.
Thank you. That really helps me. I have to say that I do find, because I'm operating on 2 different computers so that I can access the Zoom. I can't see you because you've all disappeared, but maybe
Well, I'm
I
also
get you back
sharing my
now.
screen, so that does it too.
Okay,
So I
Yeah,
put it up.
that's
I
fine.
put it up for you as well, so you can see the yellow highlights are the changes
Yeah.
against the advisory committee motion, which is essentially the main motion in front of you.
I hope everyone at home heard Devin say page 585 of your packet.
We want to be totally transparent. Tell people what page.
That's what we're dealing with. And that's not even the largest packet we've ever received.
Okay, are people willing to vote on this? I'm ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
So I move favorable action first on warrant article 19, marijuana general bylaw.
So just to clarify that you're, it would be the advisory committee motion, which is what you were working off after the when you had the public hearing.
Right, sorry. So I move favorable action on warrant article 19 based on the advisory committee motion that we have already looked at and dealt with. All in favor, Nancy,
aye.
Heather,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Next, I move favorable. Did someone say something?
No.
Okay. I move favorable action on the marijuana zoning bylaw, which makes or establishes where in town under the zoning bylaw marijuana delivery services can be set up, delivery and what's the other one? Whatever it is. Melissa, could you tell us the zoning districts where these services can be set up?
Sure.
Melissa?
Just give me a minute. So this looks like I'm gonna have to pull up the article itself, so I just need another minute.
It looks like O and I to me.
Yeah, in industrial and office parks, and there are only a few
Yep, that's
locations
correct.
that really, Emerald Island being one, the Emerald Island District, but there are a couple other office areas, office zoning.
And so we're being asked to vote, is it right, for version 2?
Yes, with the yellow highlights as provided by the planning department staff.
Did you put that up on the screen, Melissa?
Sure.
The question was, did you?
Yes, this is the amendment to Article 20.
Okay, the zoning bylaw, right?
Yes.
Barriers in the delivery operation, social consumption. Marijuana. Okay, any questions from the select board? No? I move favorable action on warrant article 20 zoning bylaw, marijuana zoning bylaw as
So,
amended. Yeah,
Bernard, can I just clarify that? So you're amending the advisory committee motion to Article 20 as outlined in the planning department memo provided in your packet and highlighted in yellow on the screen right now.
right. So I move favorable action on warrant article 20 zoning bylaw as amended from the advisory committee's recommendations by the planning committee, planning commission. I'm sorry, planning board. All in favor? Nancy,
Aye.
Heather,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Okay, what's the next one? Can we vote on inclusionary zoning?
Do you have the other zoning
So-
bylaw to take up Article 20, the
We
companion?
already did both of them. 19 and 20.
Inclusionary zoning was tabled by the advisory committee, so I don't have an update from Roger other than what he provided you last week.
Okay. So why don't we just table that also, or do we?
I think we should table it. I think there were a couple of issues that were being discussed, and we need to understand how those are gonna come out. So,
Well, when you say table, you mean bring it up later in the evening?
yeah, bring it up later.
Got it.
We may have to have 4 meetings in a week later on to deal with all this, but
Okay. Okay, Committee on BFAC Progress.
Oh, Article 33, I think that
Oh,
likely
I'm
could be
sorry.
taken up.
Pardon me?
So the main difference between the petitioner motion and the advisory committee motion is that the petitioner is requiring quarterly reporting. And the advisory committee is looking for reports within 30 days of submitting reporting to the grantee, as a way to try and ease burden on staff, not needing to have to worry about quarterly reporting on top of reporting required for the grant. So you'd basically be reporting for the grant and then reporting as in compliance with this article, as opposed to every quarter. So that's kind of the only difference between the advisory committee and the petitioner at this point.
Right, okay. So what's the select board's view on that? I'm in favor of the advisory committees. Anyone else have a thought?
I just have to say, I didn't quite follow that. If you can try one more time for me, Melissa. that'd be
Sure. So the petitioner is requiring that there is quarterly reporting around these emergency funds. And the advisory committee is saying you report on these funds when you have to report them for your grant. So essentially, Justin does all the CARES funding and he submits regular reporting to the state. And so he would be submitting a report to the state and then subsequently submitting a report for the town, as opposed to every quarter having to report and then also meeting the timetables imposed by the grant. So the advisory committee is less burdensome on staff as opposed to, the reporting requirements. The petitioner expressed concern that there may not be, that the federal or state government may not mandate reporting. And so that's why I don't know if they have changed their minds. I know they were strongly encouraged by the advisory committee because we don't want to be debating reporting deadlines on the floor of town meeting. So they were strongly encouraging them to rethink their position, but I have not heard if they've changed their mind.
I find it very surprising if the federal government stopped requiring the reporting that they currently require. I think
they
it's
always require reporting.
right. And so I'd be surprised if that ever stopped. And I'd also be surprised if the state stopped requiring reporting. So I mean, the likelihood of that happening, although not impossible, is just so remote that it's not something that I want to consider in determining how to vote on this warrant article. So I move approval of the advisory committee's amendment to the warrant article. Any discussion? Okay.
When we don't, just the only that we don't have a mark. Do we have a markup? I'm trying to find it in all of our, from the advisory committee on that.
You do, the subcommittee language was what was voted.
Is
And then
that,
you have the subcommittee report in the folder. It should also have been pulled into your packet. And there was, last week you had that as well.
okay. Hmm.
Okay, I move.
I'll
approval.
just say I don't see it in the packet, but I mean, if essentially I understand the change, I just don't see it in the packet, but maybe it's somewhere else. But I think I understand the change.
Okay. I move favorable action on warrant article 33, public notification of emergency funds as amended by the advisory committee. All in favor, Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So next, committee on BFAC progress.
I have Article 35 is next, encourage the resolution on encouraging voting.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay. I think the last time we left this, there was an amendment proposed by the petitioner, but then the advisory committee had voted to refer it to a select board committee. So those are your choices.
Another select board committee.
Yeah, they never end.
Hmm.
What do people think?
It doesn't sound like it's ready for prime time, really, so. um,
I'm supportive of the concept, but I'm just growing very frustrated by warrant articles that make work for select board members and our staff for things that people could do in their spare time to get, more participation. Meet people, encourage them to vote, ask them why they're not voting.
Yeah.
I I don't want to make myself unpopular, but I actually think referring it to a select board is better than the form of the resolution as it is, simply for this reason. We're at a time of transition, possibly. Well, it is a time of transition, no matter what happens in the election for the town clerk's office. We will either have a new town clerk taking over who is new to the office and has been elected, or we will have a new town clerk who is new to Brookline and appointed, new to the Brookline town clerk's position and is appointed. I think that the first thing, order of business for that new town clerk is going to be to prioritize what needs to be done. And I don't think we want individual members of town meeting basically setting other priorities that the new town clerk has to figure out. What happens if I think this really shouldn't be a top priority right now because I've got other things that are even more urgent than this? I know it's hard to think of anything more urgent than registering people to vote, but the proposal in the warrant article, basically sets out a lot of specifics as to how to go about potentially increasing registrations, voter registration. And in fact, our new town clerk might have even better ideas as to how to encourage more registration of voters in Brookline. So I don't think it sets a good precedent for the clerk to arrive and the first thing on their desk is, oh, by the way, because somebody at town meeting had an idea of how you should do your job, you've been petitioned by town meeting to do the following things. I don't like that precedent, and I think it's better to refer to the select boards committee and then let them work out how this translates into, suggestions or at least communication with the town clerk's office.
Okay,
I have a comment.
yeah.
Everybody can see.
Earl?
Yeah, thanks. I feel like every time something like this comes up, I'm reminded of a question I think it was Mike Toffel asked in town meeting one time is is why are we doing things this way? And my response was because our form of government allows it. And so I keep hearing these it's like pseudo arguments for changing our form of government. This is what it allows. It allows any I think voting member of our community to get 10 signatures and bring something forward and say, hey, we think our government should operate differently. And sometimes that's going to have impact on staff time or our time or whatever. But that literally our form of government allows for that. And I think contemplates that being a power of members of our community and certainly of town meeting as a whole. I'll just say also, and keeping in mind that this is a resolution, and the way that I think of these is when one of these passes, that we should make every effort to comply with the spirit of it, certainly, and then with the specifics of it to the extent practicable. And that's the way that I think about resolutions. And this is I think, if we think about it in that way, I think it's a good resolution. It gives some, you can say it gives some ideas, specific ideas. Somebody else might criticize it if saying, well, yeah, sure, everybody agrees with increasing voter participation, but you don't even say how you want to do it. Here they say how they think it should be done, and they're getting criticized for being too prescriptive about it. So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, I suppose. But what I'll say is, I think this would be very helpful for a new town clerk to have at their hands, to understand where our town, through the 240 town meeting members and a few of the rest of us who get to vote, think they should be focusing their efforts. I think it makes sense to me.
Why wouldn't a select board committee make more sense? I mean, I know it's a burden on us, but
because I mean, we have a town clerk's office. If they'd like to create a committee to help them with this and to help them think it through, they're welcome to. But we have a town clerk and we have an office that's responsible for elections and has some responsibility, some duty of care, clearly, to make people aware that elections are happening, as we see by them posting up, posters and things like that. And so this is simply, I think, asking them to take additional steps to expand that awareness. And they can take it under advisement and hopefully pull folks together to help work on this with them.
Any other comments from the select board?
I'll make a comment, Bernard.
Okay.
So I very much understand the reasoning behind this, but I do think that there may be considerations in the town clerk's office about these issues, and I think they should definitely be engaged. And so I think that perhaps the select board committee, as much as I don't like burdening our staff and us with more than we can handle, I do believe that we'll be able to engage the town clerk in this process, and it will end up being a better result. So I think I would support that way of doing it. That just makes more sense to me.
Is it necessary that the select board appoint a chair or even a member to this committee?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
In other words, we set up a committee, but we don't assign one of our members to be a chair.
Oh.
I'm not saying that's a good idea. I'm just saying that that's a possible way to deal with Heather's concerns, that we're being,
Well, I think that involvement by at least one member of the select board, if not more than one, is going to be very important, because honestly, I think there's going to need to be a lot of communication back and forth from administration and the select board to the town clerk's office to try to help with this transition. There's a body of knowledge that needs to be shared, and the select board is the avenue, I think, for sharing it.
Okay, great. Okay, any other discussion?
No, only if occasionally we fashion a vote where we all get to vote for something and instead of against something. I think maybe there's an opportunity to do that here. People can either vote for the referral motion or vote for the petitioner's motion and just have that reflected in the reports.
Okay, so 2 votes.
Yeah, I think what we've done in the past, on occasion anyway, is we've said, you would, instead of voting yay or nay, you would vote AC version or petitioner's version.
Oh.
That would be okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm willing to do that. So why don't we? Okay, so the choice is petitioner's version, which would create a series of requirements with respect to voter education versus a referral to a select board committee, which would do the same thing, but through the committee, and presumably each one of these options would involve close collaboration with the town clerk's office, new town clerk. Clear as mud.
Well, I mean, another way of saying the second of the two is the advisory committee substitute motion.
Okay, well, okay, then you can either vote for the petitioner's motion or the advisory committee substitute motion. So why don't we do it that way? I'll call out your name and you tell us which one you want to vote for. Nancy?
I'll vote for the AC substitute motion, please.
Heather?
I'm going to abstain from both.
Okay. Raul?
Petitioners, please.
John?
AC, please.
And against my better judgment, chair votes AC. Okay, so we voted favorable action on the AC amendment to the petitioner's warrant article. Let's move on to committee on DFAC progress. Melissa, is there anything new on that?
So I don't have any revised language, but I do have the advisory committee vote on that, and I can give you that in just a minute. That was 10 to 6 to 8 favorable action.
So not unanimous or even consensus at the advisory committee. What are the issues there? I mean,
Is anyone on this board supportive of this warrant article?
Heather? Pardon me?
I'm just asking, is anyone supportive of this warrant article?
Well,
BFAC.
I mean, I'm supportive of the general thrust. What I didn't like about it, and I still don't like about it, is the requirement that the report be done before the warrant closes. I think that the select board, they can require a report, which is fine, and we'll do a report. We should probably do one anyway for every town meeting. But to have that deadline, depending on what else is going on, et cetera, I think it's a little artificial, and I won't vote for it if it has that in it.
Okay, Heather, why don't you move no action on warrant article 36, and we'll see where it works out.
Okay, I'll move no action.
Okay, motion for no action on the floor. Nancy?
I accept that. For no action, accept that if they remove that requirement, then I would change my mind.
Okay, we would have to reconsider the vote. Okay.
Okay,
Okay, so right now you're voting no action.
correct.
Heather?
I guess I for no action.
Right. That's what you're supposed to vote since it was your motion. Raul?
I'm gonna say nay right now.
Okay. John?
No action.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Aye for no action. I'm
Okay.
voting in favor of Heather's motion.
Okay, I'm also in favor of Heather's motion for no action. Okay. No action on warrant article 36. Warrant article 40, resolution for big. Now, what controversy can there be on this warrant article?
So you should have
Melissa,
amended,
tell us.
you should have amended language for this article, which essentially softens the language around the funding issue. And that was drafted by the subcommittee. I don't believe the full committee has taken this up yet.
Am I right that I might be wrong about this, but whether or not there's agreement between the petitioners and if they've agreed to this language?
I'm not aware of what the petitioners.
I do see at least one of them, Bonnie, in the participants. If maybe she can clear that up for us.
Somebody has their hand raised.
Wasn't this last on the agenda, friends?
Yes, it was.
Good thing I popped back in. We did agree to this language, and it doesn't soften it so much as include it in the committee as an option. So moving the possibility of acquiring more of the 5% is still on the table, but is now part of the examining through the committee. Does that make sense?
Does it make sense to other members of the board?
We are just asking the select board to create a committee to examine all the things.
You're fading out. Say it again.
The warrant article simply asks the select board to create a committee to examine all the benefits that big can have for the town in future partnerships, but also to help us figure out how to strategize for long-term funding options.
Okay, and the petitioner, okay, that's an amendment from the advisory committee or
No, it is the advisory committee
Subcommittee?
language, exactly what it
Okay.
is.
the subcommittee's language? Okay,
Yes, we haven't seen the whole, it hasn't gone through the whole subcommittee, but it
the whole
went
advisory
through the
committee.
subcommittee with flying colors, so.
Right.
And I'll just ask, you say that you're using the word committee. Do you have any issue if this was a working group? We've had some success with working groups. It just moves things along, I think, a little bit faster, but still allows participation from petitioners and the public in other ways.
What would be the main difference there?
Well, the main difference is, well, go ahead. Ron.
Okay, Bernard. But
Well, the main difference is it's a lot more, it's a lot less formal. It could work quicker. And I think that it's not something that would have to go through figuring out all the benefits of BIG. I mean, we all know what they are. The question is, what type of strategies or tactics can we use to increase funding for BIG?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know that they need to examine the benefits of big, but more the opportunities for future partnership for things like Wi-Fi for BHA or leveraging, I always forget this phrase, the cable company's right to access Brookline things to lay the wire.
You mean the franchise?
Yes,
Are you talking about franchise fees and
grant of
things like
location, sorry, grant of location.
that? Okay.
Ideas to leverage those things as ways to gain more benefit for Brookline.
Isn't one of the differences also open meeting law requirements?
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
I don't have the other petitioners here with me. I'm not sure how much of a larger change that would be. Would you amend this?
What, to make it a working group?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I'll
Right,
just say
committee?
personally, I've seen benefits to working groups. I mean, obviously there's, um, it's a different process. If we do it as a committee, we've got to do the whole establish a charge, recruit people to be on it. If it's starting a new committee, maybe potentially not interview people, but maybe all those things. If it's a working group, Mel can help us identify the right staff member to lead and convene the group and be able to meet more on the fly without the 48-hour posting requirements, things like that, and be able to
Yeah.
just get down and ultimately whatever recommendations are going to be presented publicly anyway to the board and others. I think it just allows for a lot more quick and efficient work on things where we kind of all agree we need to find a solution here. The only question here is what are some of the options?
I
Yeah.
like the idea of the working group. I'm
Yeah.
glad you brought it up.
Okay, so it's sort of like it's as if the working group would look at some of the technical issues of funding, what funding sources are there, how to go after them, et cetera. Yeah. Okay. So we're
Mel,
proposing an amendment to this. Pardon me?
Bernard, could I ask a question of Mel?
Yes.
We have discussed the issue of the American Rescue Plan guidelines, and one of those is apparently infrastructure projects involving water, sewer, and broadband. I don't know, have you gotten any more guidance or information about, because that might be a way we could fund some of the infrastructure needs, say at the BHA or other places.
Yeah, no, the short answer is no, we have not gotten any formal advice or guidance whatsoever, but I'm feeling the same way, Nancy, and hopeful for that.
Okay.
But isn't this a separate issue,
Mhm.
or isn't that a separate issue? And this is looking at long-term, beyond
But you have to have the infrastructure in place.
yeah, but
in order
that
to provide service. So
Yeah.
if we have, if we can use that one-time money to
yeah,
put the
I
infrastructure
still
in
think
place.
that's a separate issue that, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, we can look at the American Rescue Plan monies and see what they can be used for. They're only going to be short-term fixes to whatever we use it for that.
Mhm.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I think if there aren't major differences outside of being a little more nimble, it makes sense to make it a working group. I would hope that we would still have
Okay.
access.
So I move amending the, okay. Tell me if this makes sense, Melissa. I move amending warrant article 36 to establish not a, I'm sorry,
40.
warrant article 40 to establish not a committee, but a working group to address the issues of funding and other matters raised by the article. Does that make sense, Melissa?
Let me just be clear. So you're just going to change this one word here, committee, to working group. That's your amendment.
Yes.
And just noting that it still includes the language about representatives from BIG and members of the public is still in there. Yeah.
I know the school committee was also interested in sitting at this table. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a working group and people get together, on a task basis, on specific tasks. And, if the school committee or others are involved with that particular task, they'd be involved in that work.
Okay.
Okay. So my amendment to change committee to working group, I guess that's what it is, or Raul's amendment. All in favor? Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
John? I'm sorry, Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, it's still not 7 o'clock.
Well, I
You wanna
mean, I'm
take a
sorry,
break?
Bernard, Naomi is
Go ahead.
here, and I think she may want to address her article.
Okay, in what context? Which article are we talking about?
So this is the public notification. So Naomi, I don't know that I don't think you were on the Zoom when I explained the major, the only difference between the advisory committee and where you were last week was the reporting requirement. With the advisory committee looking for reporting within 30 days of reporting to the grantee. And you and Danny were still looking at quarterly reporting. And I'm not sure if you've changed based on the advisory committee discussion or if you're still where you are with the quarterly reporting requirement.
Hi, everyone. Naomi Schweitzer, town meeting member, precinct 10. I thought we were going to be heard after 8 o'clock, so apologize. I wasn't able to be here for the earlier discussion. I heard you guys took your agenda out of order. So yes, to what Melissa is saying, the petitioners are still advancing the article with just the one difference. So we've come to alignment on everything with the advisory committee except for the quarterly reporting, which we would like to maintain so that we can get a regular schedule and updates of how the funding is being spent. Because government funding sources, and even with the ARP right now, we don't know what the reporting schedule is going to be. Sometimes it's quarterly, sometimes it might be twice a year, sometimes it might only be a final report at the end. And the whole point of this warrant article is to give the public and our elected bodies regular information on these emergency funds on a regular interval in a predictable way. So that's the remaining difference, but everything else we're in alignment on.
Okay, what does the board like to do? We've already voted, and we voted for the advisory committee version, which is within 30 days of receiving the grant.
I'm content to stay with our vote, but
Okay,
I would too, and part of the reason is that the quarterly, there might not have been anything that happened, and then it means, and somebody, that staff person has to then have it on their radar and make a report, even though it's very minimal, but still, our staff is pretty stretched thin, and I, hate to ask them to do things that aren't necessary. So I would stick with the version that we supported.
okay, so let's move on.
Well, let me just say something too. I think it's, anyway, I'm just sitting here thinking more about, if, I'm remembering that these are the rare circumstances of these sort of, big catastrophic, incidents and larger sums of money we're getting. Frankly, I'd like to see better reporting out on how funds are used by CDBG recipients. For instance, we do some, but not, frankly, not much. And so I just think we just need to start thinking a little bit more holistically about reporting of use of funds, whether it be these very rare occurrences, twice in the last 2 decades, I think, that we're talking about here, or the more annual kind of stuff that's happening as well. So I'm going to stay where I am right now, which was just to support the advisory committee's version of it, which says, reporting essentially when we need to report back to the government on this. There were statements made that you always need to report to the government on this stuff. I don't know that that's not the case, but in the event that for some reason there's funding that's distributed either through the states or however it is to us, and we're not required to report to the feds on exactly how we use the funds, I just think we should anyway. I just think that's just good governance, and we should be doing that anyway. So, but in any event, that might not happen because maybe we need to report it. But I'll stay with folks right now too, and then think about it as town meeting approaches.
Okay, great. So summarize, we only have the following articles to vote on later on. The short-term rental articles, because we're going to hear from the petitioner for Article 17, and then we're going to vote all of them together. And Article 23, which we table to later in the meeting. And that's it, right? So we've gotten through our agenda to some degree, and
And
can
yet
go
we're
back
still,
to,
10 and yet we're
go
still
ahead.
10 and yet we're still 10
Okay,
minutes a
so
little early for next.
Yeah.
Why don't we take a break?
Yeah, 10 minutes for dinner.
Yeah.
7 p.m. is the hearing. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Back in 10.
Bye. Welcome back to the regular meeting of the Select Board for April 20th, 2021. After that break, the next item on our agenda is the Welltower Balfour Brookline Tenant LLC. I think that's tenant. All alcohol license public hearing. So a question of approving the application of an all alcohol beverages license for Balfour Brookline Tenant LLC doing business as Welltower at 123 through 133 Fisher Avenue. And the proposed manager of record is Philip Barklow. So who do we
Good evening, Select Board.
have speaking for this item?
It's Stephanie Boudreau. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Excuse me. It's Stephanie Boudreau here for Balfour Brookline Tenant LLC. And with me is the proposed manager of record, Phil Barklow. I know that you all have heard a little bit, or some of you a lot, about Welltower and the development. So I'll just give you a brief overview for those on the call. In 2019, Welltower purchased the properties that comprise of the former Newbury College campus and sought the town's approval for the development of a senior living facility on the east side of the campus, which was ultimately approved. The senior living facility will consist of two buildings, the main building, which will be 8,887 square feet, and the Mitten House, which will be 2,236 square feet. The Mitten House will be renovated, and the main building is a brand new construction where ground has been broken, and the expected opening is fall of 2023. Balfour at Brookline Tenant LLC, who's the applicant tonight, will be the operator of the senior living facility. And we're seeking approval of the issuance of an all alcohol liquor license for the facility. Like I said, Phil Barklow is the proposed manager of record, and he's here to answer any questions the board might have. Presently, the goal to open is fall 2023. The development will consist of 160 residential units, 80 independent units, 40 assisted living, and 40 for memory care. Floor plans have been submitted, and the yellow highlighted areas on the floor plans shows where alcohol will be sold to the residents of Balfour. It includes a large centralized dining room with an adjacent great room, several smaller dining rooms, club rooms in the Mitten House, and various terraces and a sky bar in the main property. As for license management, there is a good chance that between now and fall of 2023, Mr. Barklow will be replaced by a manager who will be coming to Massachusetts. But for the meantime, he has been TIPS and crowd manager certified, is familiar with the town of Brookline license regulations, and is prepared to take the responsibility of manager of record. If the board has any questions for me or for Mr. Barklow, we are here to answer them and happy to help. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board?
I had a question. This is Mel Kleckner, Town Administrator. Stephanie, is this a restaurant that's open to the public? And if not, is that still allowed under the state common victualers licenses?
I do not, it will not be open to the public, no. And I do not believe that we will be required to get a common vic here because it won't be open to the public.
Got it.
Is my understanding from the town.
Right, any other questions? No?
No, I raised my hand.
Oh,
Maybe you can't see.
yeah, I can't see.
Sorry about that. If you don't mind, we haven't heard from Mr. Barklow, and I'd love to hear from him a bit. This is one of the more exciting things to happen in Brookline in quite a while, just in terms of the scope of the development. And there was quite a bit of background to how this all came together, which was really wonderful that it did. But I don't think it's too late to acquaint people with what this is all about and what the plans are, sort of in a larger sense. I mean, obviously, we know that the plans are to seek this license tonight, but give people a sense of what the senior living community will be like once this is up and running in the fall of 2023.
Sure. Hi, this is Phil Barkle. I'm Balfour's Chief Operating Officer. Been with the company for just over 3 years, and Balfour has been operating communities in 2 states currently, Colorado and Michigan, for just over 20 years. We have 10 operating communities currently, and 5 liquor licenses that we have between those 10 communities. So we do independent living, as Stephanie mentioned, assisted living, memory care, and in our Colorado campus, we have skilled nursing as well. But Balfour is a very vibrant community that focuses on health and wellness of our residents and our associates. And so we consider ourselves to be kind of the luxury brand in senior housing, and we felt like Brookline was a perfect example of an environment that would play well with our brand. Any particular questions? John, I've been doing this 25 years, so I can go a lot of different directions here, but I'm happy to answer any particular questions you have about the community or the concept that we want to bring to the Brookline town.
Well, one question just on my mind is Brookline has a very active sort of support for senior citizens living in the community, Council on Aging and a senior center and so on. Can you see interactions, where the residents of this Balfour Brookline establishment are, in sort of relationship with senior citizens and the programs in Brookline?
Yeah, absolutely. In addition to our partnerships with those groups that you mentioned, we always partner with the Alzheimer's Association, any local charities. Our residents are typically very active and want to be involved. It's not typically a place where people come just to have assisted living or memory care. It's a place where people come to get very involved in the community and stay active in the community. So the strategic partnerships that we have with those that are serving local seniors in the areas are critical for our residents to not only stay as at home, as active as possible in our environment, but to stay connected to the community in a greater deal.
And do you think there'll be volunteer opportunities at your location?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we typically partner with schools, folks that are wanting to volunteer in our community. And again, we talked about some of the relationships that we would form with those providing senior services. And the volunteerism usually goes both ways. It's not just volunteers coming into our community, but our residents going out to the community to volunteer.
That's great.
Great.
Thank you. Well, welcome to Brookline.
We're very excited about it.
This is Raul. I have a
Any
question.
other questions from the select board? Yep. Go
Thanks,
ahead.
Bernard. So this is actually, okay. This is relative to the license itself. Where are we right now? This, in terms of the number of licenses we have available. Certainly in a world where there's an infinite number of licenses, maybe I don't have an issue here, but I'm wondering, what kind of strain this puts, to give out an all kinds license to a facility that's not open to the public, and whether or not we have ample licenses for businesses that are open to the public.
So my understanding from working with the town and Tiffany in the select board's office is that there are plenty of licenses. I think when we first applied for the license, the thought was that the process was going to move a little bit quicker and it wasn't going to be fall 2023. And so we started the process and we're moving forward. But my understanding from Tiffany is that there's plenty of licenses, and that holding this one up for a little over a year was not going to negatively impact other potential applicants.
Mel, is that your take?
Well, I can't tell you exactly how many. I do believe that there are surplus licenses. I think it really helped when we received the legislative approval for those limited licenses, and we try to take advantage of those whenever possible. But I don't believe that Fisher Ave was covered under that economic development type of activity. So, I mean, the short answer is we do have licenses available.
Yeah, are they all geographically bound or
The new
Yeah.
ones are.
the new ones are? Okay.
The ones that are limited to, they're specific to a location, and the legislation, I believe, refers to specific geographic zones in the community. These are these new licenses, and I believe we received approval to
So-
extend those. There was a sunset provision on those, and we've extended that period of time.
So,
Are there- I was gonna ask, are there other circumstances in which we've given out all kinds of licenses to facilities that aren't open to the public?
the country club.
You know, we've got them, at least personally, we've got them for hotels before, for restaurants that are opening, but, you know, most recently for the Claremont Hotel in Brookline, we got it maybe, I don't know, a year before it opened. So I do think from a planning perspective, it's so important and integral to the facility or to the development that, you know, there's a reason to go and get it maybe a little bit early. And like I said, I think that the projection was a little bit aggressive initially. And so maybe we wouldn't have filed so early, but here we are. And according to the town, again, there's plenty of licenses available.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it plenty, but we have licenses available. And in terms of facilities that are not open to the public, the country club is one, but also the Veterans Hall down on Washington Street would be another. And I think there are a couple others where there are liquor license that are not open to the public, although the public goes in, you know. Okay, is anyone else trying to speak?
No,
I don't think that we have any
No?
further from the applicant.
Okay, this is pardon me?
No, I'm sorry. The audible is a little wonky. From the applicant, on behalf of the applicant, we have nothing further.
Okay, and bear with me, my internet connection is really crappy. So this is a public hearing. So let's open it up to public comment. Is there anyone in the queue, Devin, waiting to speak?
At this time, there are 28 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, I take it what Devin said is that there are 23 or so people in the audience. No one is asked to speak. So if there are any other questions or comments from the board, I'll take those and then we'll close the hearing.
Just one quick one. Does this, if we approve this today, does this take this, essentially offline for the this license offline for the next 2 years until it's open? And
Yeah.
and I guess the follow-up question is, if there are plenty of licenses, can't we just not vote on this today and vote on this in 2022, or even early 23?
Well, I mean, I think that in discussing with the selectman's office with Tiffany, the idea was to get this secured now. And I don't see any reason to push it out.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Yeah, it would really make it difficult for them to plan, and probably to finance even, some of the things they want to do if the license is sort of up in the air. I don't
Right.
see any reason why we shouldn't. This is such an important development for the town.
I was going to say,
I
it's
don't want
such an
to take
important
anything away.
development and it is so meaningful to the town that we just didn't want this to be a wild card in any way.
Bernard, could I ask a question?
Yes, please.
But I'm just wondering, do the residents are entitled to a certain number of meals, as I recall in the proposal. Is that correct?
The independent living residents would have a quarterly stipend and then there would be dollars associated with the food that they would purchase. We have a complimentary, robust continental breakfast in independent living. In assisted living and in memory care, all meals are included.
Okay, so they're paying in essence for this alcohol, correct?
They would be paying for the alcohol separately, correct?
Separately?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm assuming that meals taxes and that the town imposes are going to be part of this?
That
You're
would be
going
my-
to be charging the meals tax and whatever other taxes we charge as a result of the food service. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
If I may, I just want to comment, excuse me, that I'm glad that Raul asked the question he did, because it was kind of on my mind too. You know, the way I sort of think this through is as follows. Do we imagine, you know, that we would, in the end, under any circumstances, not allow the alcoholic beverage licenses that are being sought here? I think for a facility of this, you know, nature, no, we would definitely allow that. It's part of what is offered, and you know, we bought into this being a good use of the site. So, you know, why would we then sort of undercut that by denying the license? So let's start with that premise. So that's 2 years away. If somehow there's a danger here that giving the license to them early is going to mean there won't be licenses for other establishments that might seek them, then we're stuck, because if we then deny it to, you know, if we deny it tonight and those other establishments then get the licenses, then we're going to have to deny it to this applicant. You know, I don't want to punish them for seeking, you know, early approval on this. I think they're being smart. And I also think that we're going to be fine. There's going to be adequate licenses to serve what comes our way and this. That's why I'm comfortable voting for it tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Van Sciek.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Just a request, if Mel, if you wouldn't mind just asking Tiffany just to send us a note just with just how many licenses there are available, that kind of thing. It can happen anytime this week or whenever. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, let's close. Is there anyone looking to speak, Devin? We haven't closed the hearing yet.
There is not.
Okay, so I'll close the hearing. And unless there are any further discussion from the select board, I'd like to vote on the question of approving the application of an all alcohol beverages license for Balfour Brookline Tenant LLC, doing business as Well Tower at 123 to 133 Fisher Avenue, and approve the proposed manager of record, who will be Philip Barklow. All in favor, indicate by saying aye. Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Raul?
Abstain.
John?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Select Board.
Thank you all.
We look forward to your open house. Yes. Okay, next, Club Dante. All alcohol license, entertainment license, and alternate manager. This is a public hearing also. Scheduled for 7:15. It's now 7:21, so we're not too far behind. Question of approving the application of an all alcoholic beverages license for bar at Bar 415 LLC, doing business as Club Dante at 415 Harvard Street. Proposed manager of record is David Dragani, and proposed operating hours are Monday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. Proposed alcoholic beverage service hours are Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. and Sunday, 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. Also, we have the question of approving the application for alternate manager, Cynthia Dragoni, and the question of approving the application for an entertainment license for Bar 415 LLC, also doing business as Club Dante. As entertainment will consist of radio and televisions, Monday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 1 a.m., and live music, instrumental guitar, bass, and the vocalist on Monday through Saturday, 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. And finally, question of approving the application for a change of DBA at 415 Harvard Street from Pizzeria Dante to Club Dante. So who do we have here to speak on this? David Dragoni? You're on, Mr. Dragoni.
Dave, you're also muted.
Dave, please unmute.
He did.
Okay.
I think, Mr. Dragani, they're asking for you to just present your application and discuss it.
Mr. Dragoni, I hear you clearing your throat. Are you
Mr.
unmuted?
Dragani, I just want to let you know that it looks like you might be having a little bit of trouble with your internet connection. I recommend shutting off your video and leaving yourself unmuted, and that might make the connection a little bit clearer for us.
Are you talking to me or to Mr. Dragoni?
Mr. Dragani, thank you.
I'm sorry, are you talking to me?
Nope, you're all set, Bernard.
Oh, okay. My internet is really messed up too, so that's why I asked.
He doesn't appear to even be hearing us, really. Or we're not hearing him, I don't know.
I hope there's some money in that infrastructure package that President Biden is putting together to fix up this internet mess that we have here in Brookline.
Devin, do you think maybe he should be asked to just phone in?
It looks like he's signing in with a separate account. Hi, David. Thanks for joining us. It looks like you've unmuted. I would go ahead and keep your video off, but if you want to try speaking now, you have been promoted. It does sound like we can hear you. I would also recommend checking the up arrow next to the microphone icon and checking to see perhaps if you have headphones that may be Bluetooth and connected to your audio, or just ensure that you're using the same microphone and speaker as whatever device you're using. Hi, David. I would just.
You don't hear.
I am going to, we can't hear you right now. So if you look in the bottom left-hand corner, you will see an icon for your audio. And you just want to be sure that you're using the same built-in microphone and built-in speaker as whatever your device you're on. You can get there by clicking the up arrow next to the microphone icon. So I am going to send you the call-in information, and then maybe you can dial in on your phone instead.
In 3 minutes, we may be able to go on to the next hearing and come back. Does that make sense to anyone? No? Okay. Oh, here he is. Mr. Dragani, we can see your picture.
I believe he is in the process of calling in. So you'll enter the webinar ID, then the password. This is also just a good time to plug that anyone who's having difficulty with internet access can always join our meetings by using the call-in number, which is featured on the agenda of every publicly posted meeting. So folks who have difficulty accessing internet or don't necessarily have access to a computer during a public meeting that they're interested in can always find a call-in number on the town calendar for public meetings.
Can people speak if they're calling in?
Yes, they can. We'll just need to know that they'd
Maybe I
like to
should do
speak
that.
in advance, and then people on the phone press *6 to unmute. It is 7:31. I'm not sure if the board wants to move on to the next public hearing, which is the 45 Bartlett Crescent.
Okay, want to do that? And hopefully Mr. Dragani will get his internet fixed or whatever.
It looks like he's joined us.
Okay,
David, you're just going to need to press *6 if that number, the last 3 digits, 994 is you. I've allowed you to speak and you can unmute. *6.
Great.
Yes.
For you.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry.
hey, it happens to the best of us.
Well, good evening. Thank you for having me.
Okay, introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about Club Dante.
Okay. My name's Dave Dragani. I've owned Pizzeria Dante for the last 12 years. And we're trying to reshape the business a little bit, trying a new menu, and that lends itself to a full liquor license with cocktails, martinis, and entrees paired with Italian wines and whatnot. And yeah, I mean, that's what we're trying to do. We've changed the interior a little bit, made it look nice, and we're looking forward to it. Hopefully everything works out.
Okay. Anything else you want to add?
No.
Okay. Any questions from the select board regarding this application for a variety of things? All alcoholic beverages license, alternate manager of record, entertainment license, and application for a change of DBA. Questions from the select board? Just speak up, select board.
Okay, it's Raul. I'll just say I've gotten to know Dave well at the old spot, which currently is Vittorio's, and now is going to be this new Uyghur Silk Road spot, and now at the new location, I guess not so new anymore, on Harvard, not far from where I am right now, and he's just run a great establishment, makes one hell of a chicken parm sub, and I think this is a real exciting development to be able to bring even more people in and to experience your cooking and the vibe you've got going on there.
Thank you.
Could I just ask a question or two?
Yeah, just jump in. I can't see
I just
anything.
did. I just did. Yes, Mr. Dragoni, how much seating will you have? I'm just trying to picture what this will mean in terms of the use of the space.
Well, we have some outdoor seating, 4 outside, and then inside, we have a small bar set up and 1 booth, and it's a small space. It's set up really well, and we're fully handicapped accessible. We have a handicapped accessible bathroom, and we have an automatic front door in and out, so the space is totally handicapped accessible.
But as you said, small bar and 1 booth?
Yeah.
And how much seating outdoors?
At the moment, there's 4 seats. I am permitted for 4 seats on the sidewalk. I'm hoping to expand on that. I haven't gotten there yet, but hopefully at some point.
Okay. And the menu beyond pizzas and subs will be what?
Well, it's like a lot of homemade pasta, which is what we've been always kind of famous for, but the name pizzeria kind of throws people off. So we're embracing more of like the restaurant vibe where we make, and featuring more pastas and entrees. The pizza will remain, but it'll be kind of take a bit of a back seat.
Okay.
So I have a couple questions. Number one, I'm here in Philadelphia and I can't find a good hoagie. Are you gonna make hoagies?
If you're in Philly, you want to go to Primo's if you're looking for a hoagie.
I'm looking for a Primo. There's supposed to be one down here in Springfield where I am and can't find it. Any rate, let's get serious. There is some concern in the Coolidge Corner area of outdoor seating taking up sidewalk space and impeding passage by people in wheelchairs or pushing baby carriages, etc. Is that a problem in your store? Have you checked the width of the sidewalk and width of the travel area?
I have. I'm actually very fortunate in that sense because the sidewalk opens up and kind of protrudes. There's almost a peninsula of sidewalk where I'm at, and directly in front of my door, the sidewalk is pretty ample as it is. However, as you veer to the right of my storefront, there's a peninsula of sidewalk that is has ample space. As far as the parking spaces go, I feel like it's not a great place to have seating on the street because the intersection can be really loud and there can be a lot of people beeping at it and whatnot. So I'm not so sure I want to take up any, apply for any seating on the street that would take up parking spaces.
Right.
The way I envision it right now is really nice. It definitely doesn't impede on anyone's space.
Right. Okay. Any other questions?
I had a follow-up question. I don't want to jump ahead of anybody else, but and Mel, I might need your help with this. I definitely need your help with this. The question for Mr. Dragani is, did you consider maybe going for a wine and beer license instead? And I'm wondering why you're going for, you know, an all alcoholic beverages license.
I mean, that would be my first choice. I mean, ultimately, then I was made aware by Tiffany that there was actually an all alcohol license available. That is one of the new licenses that is zoned geographically. And I said, great, I would love to apply for it. Beer and wine was definitely my first thought, but ultimately, if I could, you know, have access to an all liquor license, I'd prefer that, because I have a lot, the new menu pairs well with craft cocktails and whatnot, and different types of high-end liquor. So that being said, Tiffany also told me that the new license zone for the JFK crossing was an all alcohol license. So I thought it was great.
Good.
So I'm going to track that.
Thank you for the answer.
Right.
Mel, the question that I wanted to get your answer on, is there any precedent of a restaurant in Brookline that's this small that has an all alcoholic beverages license? That's my only concern here, is that, you know, we're assigning an all alcoholic beverages license to a place with a small bar and one booth and four, you know, seats on the sidewalk.
I'm afraid I don't have that answer, John. I'm sorry.
There's a couple of sushi shops that alcohol, but anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, this is Devin. Mr. Dragani, do you mind just turning the volume of your computer all the way down? You should be able to use your audio completely on your phone. We're just getting a little bit of feedback from the meeting because we're hearing it in two places.
Okay, I just did that. I think that helped.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. No, this is hard.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, any other questions from the select board?
Yes, I have a
Please speak
question.
up.
I'm looking for the reports from our various departments, the police, the DPW, fire, etc. And I'm not seeing them in the packet. They probably are here, but I did notice that the police report specified that as long as there were a couple of conditions, I think they had to do with the certification issues, et cetera, that they would support the application of Cynthia Dragoni as the alternate manager. So I just want to make sure that we have in our vote, we ask that the applicant comply with all conditions specified. And I can't tell you what they are because I can't find them in my packet. Maybe somebody else knows what that is, but just to make sure that those things don't fall through the cracks.
I could read from the, I think the police department reports on page 333. As far as I can tell, there is no issues. I believe they are awaiting the safe service of alcohol and your crowd manager certificate, Mr. Dragani. And
Yes.
we also would have to deal with fingerprinting, which takes some time, but you know, This application will be sent off to the ABCC, so there is some time, but I don't see any other conditions here, but let me just see. Says at this time, I see no reason to deny this application for a new alcoholic beverage license and for David Dragani to be named as manager of record as long as he provides his crowd manager certification.
So this is it's conditional on getting approval from the ABCC too, right?
That's correct.
Yes, yeah.
So any other questions before we open it up for public hearing? Okay, Devin, tell us who's in the queue to speak at our public hearing.
At this time, there are 31 attendees, and no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, any further discussion from the select board? Okay, hearing none, and remember, you have to just speak up because I can't see you. I'd like to close the hearing and vote. First of all, I move, we'll do them all together. I'd like to move approval of the application of an all alcoholic beverage license and a proposed manager of record, David Dragani. Also, application for alternate manager, Cynthia Dragoni, or is it Dragani, David?
Dragani.
Okay, both Dragani. Okay, we have a typo here.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir.
And then question of approving the application for an entertainment license for the hours of Monday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. and live music, instrumental guitar, bass, and one vocalist on Monday through Saturday, 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. That's going to raise the question of neighbors and whether there's any sound problems with the sound affecting neighbors. And finally, question of approving the application for a change of DBA from Pizzeria Dante to Club Dante. And regarding the music, is there an issue with neighbors, or is this going to be quiet music?
No, it'll be very quiet music, mostly instrumental jazz more than anything.
Uh-huh.
Which would be mostly two-piece. And no drums.
Right. Okay, before we vote, any other questions from the select board?
I'm sorry, just that last point caused some confusion in my mind. Is this recorded music or performance music?
Live.
Perform.
It's both.
Yeah, both. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to visiting your place. I'm trying to picture the one booth and the small bar and a performance, two-piece band. But you must have an idea of how you're going to sort of fit it all in there, and more power to you.
There's actually plenty of space. When you see it, it'll make sense.
I look forward to it.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So, all in favor? Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
Warul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for the
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Next, a public hearing also on a comprehensive permit application, meaning 40B, at 45 Bartlett Crescent. Application of 686 Lewis Hill LLC to Mass Housing for a project eligibility letter to submit a comprehensive permit application for that site at 45th Bartlett Crescent. So who do we have to make a presentation? I see Allison Steinfeld is here. Are you going to lead this, Allison?
I think that.
Oh, Ashley, go ahead.
No, please speak, Allison. I was
Okay,
just going to refer to Eli Schwartz, who's head of the development team for the presentation.
Okay.
hey,
so-
Eli, introduce yourself and then give us your presentation.
Excellent. So I'm Eli Schwartz. I'm the developer. I have with me tonight also a couple members of my team, Monica Kramer, who's the project architect, and John Gold, who's our project attorney. And just as a broad overview, we're presenting an ownership 40B project with 24 condos, 6 of which would be affordable. I will also, in a minute, share my screen to go through a presentation. Just a few more overview remarks. We have had preliminary meetings with the town, with planning, with fire, with transportation, as well as we sent out notice to all Brookline abutters within 300 feet for a neighborhood meeting, which we had. And what I'm presenting today incorporates many of the recommendations we received and the feedback we received. I mean, I would say the biggest point was we have lowered the density from our initial plan of 28 units down to 24 units, which is a response to feedback we got at the neighborhood meeting. Okay, so now I will share screen and try to bring up the presentation here. Is this working? Are you guys
Yes.
seeing that?
Yep.
Okay, great. So these are a couple pictures of the existing site. So this site is the last parcel in Brookline against the border in Brighton. And it's a tricky parcel. It's long and narrow, and it's also serves an important transition between Brighton and the immediate adjacent lots, which are a project is going up there that's about 140,000 square feet. I think about 110 apartments with commercial on the first floor. So quite 5 stories, quite a large structure. And then the Bartlett Crescent neighborhood, which is Victorians, 1 and 2 families, some turns of the century row houses. So it's the challenge here is to hopefully improve the area with a building that would serve as a nice transition between the two, and that would really protect the Bartlett Crescent neighborhood from what would otherwise be an abrupt transition to this larger building, as well as to introduce condos and affordable condos. So ownership affordable condos, which we're not sure if there has been another ownership 40B in Brookline before, but we're pretty sure that they've been few and far between if there were any. So the historic use on this site is a non-conforming office building and garage, and it was the headquarters for a construction company for many years. And now it's rented out as office space and parking. So there's no permeable area, and there are about 26 parking spaces. So I'll get to this, but we're not increasing the number of parking spaces on the parcel. So here's a survey outlined in the dark black here is the site. And then this here at the corner of Washington and Corey is where this large project is going up. And then back here along Westbourne Terrace, I'll just note is actually significantly higher in grade than Washington Street and Bartlett Crescent, so that the top of the garage here, I think, is actually below the grade level of Westbourne Terrace. And you see the outline of our direct neighbor here at 37 Bartlett Crescent, a little bit of it here. I'm trying to go quite quickly just to try to keep this timely. So that's why I'm going quickly. So this is an architectural site plan of what we're proposing. Bartlett Crescent is here. Of what we're proposing. Washington would be here, and then you come down Bartlett Crescent. We are committing, after some feedback at our neighborhood meeting, to a permeable driveway that goes down to a garage where all parking would be at one level below grade in a garage, and also to have permeable paver patios for some of the units, and then landscaping in other places. The building, a couple notes, we've tried to orient it at an angle here so that we're not looking directly into neighbors' windows, so that we preserve some privacy. And we also the idea architecturally was to construct this out of smaller pieces really that come together, and the smaller components kind of mirror the size of the Victorian houses on Bartlett Crescent to interact with them. I'll continue. So this is an engineered site plan. The main thing of note here is that our proposed gross floor area is 35,985 square feet. And the parcel is 15,280 square feet. So our FAR that we're proposing is 2.355. I'll continue. So here's a couple renderings. I will say we haven't had these renderings updated. So this is renderings showing a slightly larger scale of the building before we shrunk it down and took off 4 of the units. But you get a general sense of what we're proposing, where we step down from 4 stories to 3 stories, where the building interacts with the Bartlett Crescent neighborhood. I should have brought this up at the site plan. This section, the G section of the building, in response to feedback we've gotten, we are removing the balconies from it, and we've pulled it back so that it's no longer 3 feet off the lot line, but now 7 feet off the lot line, which you can't see here, but was reflected on the site plan. And this is just a rough rendering of the building that's under construction now to get a sense of its scale, but doesn't have details. This is looking at it from Westbourne Terrace. Also another side sort of from behind in Westbourne Terrace. And this is an aerial. I'll talk about one more thing here. We're going to have a mixture of private and common terraces on the roof of the section of the building that's 3 stories, whereas the roof of the section of the building that's 4 stories would have the mechanical equipment, and then we're committing to putting solar panels on the rest of this. Another commitment we're making is to have the heat and AC for the units be powered by electricity, which could be sourced renewably, and not to use fossil fuels, gas to power those things, which was also important to people at our neighborhood meeting. Here is the project is 2-bedroom and 2-bath units, except for several 3-bedroom units, and these are a couple sample unit layouts that we have here. And this is the garage. So we have 24 spaces, 1 for each unit, 2 handicap spaces, as well as 1 guest space. This was about all we could get here. We also have bike parking. We plan to wire, to have 240-volt outlets that are linked to each condo's electrical panel at each parking spot, so that people would be able to charge electric cars should they have electric cars. And then we also have the trash and recycling pickup here, and we've designed it so that the ceiling above this goes up higher, so that we could hopefully have a service that could pick up and empty these within the garage, rather than doing it out on the street, which was another thing that our neighbors were concerned about. That is the end of my presentation. Thanks so much. And we're here, me, Monica, and John, for any questions.
Okay, any questions from the select board? Please just speak up.
Okay. This looks like a very interesting project. I'm glad to hear that you're going to have non-fossil fuels for electricity for your heating and cooling. And I'm wondering about for gas as well. I mean, for your gas water heater. Water.
Yes. So the only reason I phrased it like that was, yes, for our hot water heaters too, they would be they're electric heat pumps that are a sort of a combo. They run entirely on electricity. I'm not positive yet. The only thing I'm still a little worried about is the cooking stoves, whether those would use gas or not. I just worry the alternatives all have their issues. So that's the only item that I would still that I'm still even considering any fossil fuels, although probably not at this point, since we're not going to have gas for anything else. But I know people are particularly.
Let me set your mind at ease about the range in the electric range. I have an induction range. I put it in a year and a half ago. It's fabulous.
Great.
So yeah, I have no complaints. I would never go back to gas. It's great.
Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Heather.
So there's been a lot of construction in that neighborhood. Some of it we don't really control because it's actually on the other side of the border with the city of Boston. Have you coordinated with any of those projects to make sure that, you're not going to be taking up space for residents to park or other people in the area who rely on, just having space to move around?
So we have not actually coordinated, although we would plan to in the future when we get closer to starting construction. But I did commit at our neighborhood meeting, since this was brought up, that we would not have any of our construction vehicles park on Bartlett Crescent ever, that we would work around them on the site and as necessary have rent parking somewhere removed and shuttle people back and forth to the site, since we're aware that it's tight there and that it would be a major inconvenience to the neighbors.
Great,
And
thank you.
I think also just, we're not quite there yet, but we would develop a pretty comprehensive construction management plan in consultation with the town to address that and quite a few issues that that people are concerned about, having experienced the construction going on next door.
I wanted to raise another issue, and this is in the draft of our letter, which maybe we can address it now, and it doesn't need to be in there, but is the differential between the affordable units and the market rate units. And particularly, there's a number of issues there, including the size differential, as well as the different kinds of materials that are being used in the affordable units, much cheaper materials than those in the market rate units. This is a big no-no. Having these different experiences for people that live in the same building. Is that something that you have addressed also and received feedback about?
We haven't discussed that yet. I think you're responding to some preliminary notes in the site approval application. So I do think, let me say a few things about this. I think, in terms of the basic materials, one thing I'm very concerned about in all my projects, and we have talked about, is having good air quality inside. So, I would never use VCT flooring or engineered flooring or formaldehyde, products with formaldehyde. So that would span across all the units. I think basically they would all be very similar, probably the same hardwood flooring. One thing that I indicated that we discussed and we put on the site approval application, in order to make this economic, and we're hovering around the line of this being economic, and to keep the price per square foot of construction reasonable for the affordable, is the difference, which doesn't seem maybe that meaningful. At least, I have like GE profile appliances at my house, between like a nice stainless steel GE profile type appliance and maybe like the Wolf for higher end appliances, that it would be economic to put in the market units because people care about them, but don't impact quality of life that much. So my thought off the bat would be that the important things would really be consistent, but some of these little bells and whistles would be different to try to make the economics work, but I'm open-minded about it.
Yeah, I think this is a big one, is making sure that people that are living in the same community have the same amenities. And so, obviously no things like pour doors where people enter market rate units, through some other entrance, no things like certain amenities that are available to market rate tenants that aren't available to those who are living in affordable units. And that they're living in virtually the same conditions, if not the exact same conditions. I think that's really essential to what it is that we're trying to do here through when it's not a 40B, through our own inclusionary zoning, for instance. And so, we really love it if through this application, you lived up to the same spirit and make sure that those conditions are the same.
Of course, the other side of that is that, by doing that, you may jack up the price of the affordable of the market price units to the point that has a negative impact on the community and rents and prices in the community. So I mean, I think Raul's comment is absolutely correct, but there's another side to it that I think has to be balanced.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to say one more thing that we certainly wouldn't have at this point in our plan any different entrances or different amenities, anything like that. So I mean, the only things that were on the table to try to work on cost per square foot was, like I'm saying, some of these kind of fine finish details, like appliances was really the big one. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'll just say some of us, may have differences on things like height and massing and stuff like that. I'd be more inclined to say if you need to go, but this is me now speaking, not the board. But if you need to go a little higher to meet the, level higher to meet the financial considerations, stuff like that, but are able to maintain these equitable living conditions, that makes sense. The only other thing I'll add, I appreciate adding a little bit more green space to it. I always think every development, particularly developing on a space that doesn't have essentially any green space now, is an opportunity to add more. And so if there are more ways that you can find more space for trees and grass and things like that, it just makes the area more livable for everybody.
I'll take a turn if that's okay. First of all, I'm excited that this is a local team. I'm excited that it's got a significant affordability component, and that the affordability is ownership affordability. If you don't mind, Eli, if you could go back to the slide that shows basically the model of what this would look like.
Sure.
Because I had a question about that. I'll wait for you to call it up. There you go. Well, yeah. The one that shows it's sort of from above, sort of sky view sort of thing there. So where would cars access this?
Can you see my cursor?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not on the modeling, but basically the driveway comes right in here, and then under the second section of the building, it heads down and then underneath here. And there's a way in and a way out there. And we've kind of brought the width to about as narrow as we thought it could be, with some input from the traffic department in Brookline to accommodate the two-way traffic in and out of the garage there.
So do you think for future public purposes, when this is to be discussed, you could put the indication on there of that driveway true to the width of the driveway?
Yeah, we will update the renderings. It's been changing quickly, and it's hard to get the graphics caught up, but certainly.
Yeah, because from this, you wouldn't even know that there is access to Bartlett Crescent. But actually, it's your only access, right?
Yeah, it's sort of where the driveway onto the site is now. Yeah.
Yeah. And from the, I'm going to use the word schematic, although I'm not conversant in all of this terminology, but the sort of pen and ink drawing of the plan that you used later in the slide presentation, that's a pretty significantly wide drive. And I think for neighbors to, at least have a true sense of the implications of this for cars coming in and out of Bartlett Crescent. When you show that model, that wide, and I appreciate you said you made it as narrow as you could, but that wide drive to Bartlett Crescent should be very visible on that model. There you go. There you go. Yeah. That's my only comment.
Yeah, understood.
Could I ask another question, Bernard? I'm going to go ahead and do it. Could you educate us about how the sales of these units will work, and how you're going to be marketing them to people who are going to pay for a market rate unit as well as for an affordable unit, and what the affordability requirements will be, how much down? I'm assuming you're expecting that everyone who buys will get a mortgage, including those people who qualify for affordable housing and those people who are going to be buying mortgage rates. So I'm assuming that's part of the process.
I could speak a little bit, although you'll have to forgive me and I'll qualify it that it's slightly layman terms. We have a 40B consultant, Jeff, who's away for vacation week this week and wasn't able to join us, who knows this stuff in great detail. But basically the way it works is that I think the market rate units would be marketed by, we'd hire a realtor and would be marketed in sort of the traditional way. Whereas the affordable units would be deed restricted in perpetuity. And I think we would work out a marketing plan that would involve, if I'm not wrong, would involve a component of the Brookline town that manages subsidized or affordable housing, as well as as a part of the mass housing office. And so I think we would have to get an approved marketing plan and an outreach plan, and I think hire people who would facilitate that. And then I think that the way affordability is calculated, and anybody who knows more could jump in, is that they calculate based upon, I think, 80% of median income in the area. Well, what can the condo sell for, so that when the person had a prevailing rate mortgage and their condo fee and an insurance policy, that their monthly payment would be affordable for somebody with that salary, and that they would have enough of a down payment in that income range to be able to do it. And so I don't think that I as the developer have any direct control over this. I think it's all pretty closely regulated.
And what is your knowledge of what happens when the first person who owns the unit decides to sell and move to a different place or whatever? How is that handled through the town as well?
I think that these agencies in the town and the state are forever sort of the conservators, or the are always involved in the resale and the remarketing of the apartment, the condo, when the current when it turns over.
And is it not correct that the down payment that the person paid can go up only a certain amount? It's not as if the person is going to be reaping thousands of dollars in capital gain.
Oh, the one owner to the next? I would imagine not, but now I haven't actually asked Jeff about, I hadn't thought into that so much. Maybe Allison, I don't know if she maybe knows a bit more about this, or.
Of course, we've never done a home ownership 40B, but in general, subsidized home ownership units are limited equity. There's only so much equity that the owner can gain. And my office, specifically David Guzman, monitors resales. So we're very involved in monitoring the retention of subsidized units.
Thank you.
So this is a reminder that this is a public hearing. So if no other select board members have any comments, maybe we should get to members of the public that may want to speak.
Yes, at this time we have 3 people signed up for this public hearing. The first is Tom Cates. Tom, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Greetings. I'm a neighbor on Bartlett Crescent in Brookline, very close. I'm about 4 houses away from this proposed project. And I must say we're a neighborhood that's a bit overrun by construction right now, and we're feeling it's a little daunting that another project is proposed to go in, which will probably, first of all, extend our construction situation years further. On top of that, we are really overrun by violation after violation of the Brookline anti-idling laws, of the Massachusetts anti-idling laws, of a construction site next door, which did not for months and months require any masks be worn either within the construction site or most especially on the public streets of Brookline and Boston, after multiple emails showing photographs of these violations, and finally having Brookline Fire Department weigh in, and various other people, including Select Board Member Van Scoyac, who's been helpful in this. We've gotten a little bit of help, and the developers who, by the way, are the very partners of Eli Schwartz, that is the Jeff he referred to as his consultant on the 40B, is a member of those developers who have not been helpful at all in trying to mitigate issues on our neighborhood. So this is, this is part of Eli's team. They're now proposing to build literally within feet of one of the residential houses. And I think it would be helpful. I would suggest that the board members take a quick cruise by if they're on their way to Whole Foods to see, we're talking, I mean, I feel like I could lay down at Monique's house, which is the first residential house, and my feet would be at her house and my head might be on this property. I mean, it's that close. So there are a number of things that we're hoping for, given how close they're going to build. Some guarantees about how they're going to manage with our neighborhood. When we had the neighborhood meeting, we asked Mr. Schwartz, are they going to be blasting, again, within feet of residential houses? Are they going to be pile driving? At the time, he said he was unable to answer that question because he didn't know for certain. From my perspective, I don't think the
30
board.
seconds.
Well, I need just a little more time. Forgive me. I don't think the board should approve anything until we have in writing how he's going to do that. So that's one thing I would say. I would then also add that Mr. Schwartz spoke eloquently about how he felt about affordable housing was important, which we in the neighborhood agree with strongly. He said also he is not the kind of person who would merely do the minimum. He would never do the minimum. This had to do with many different things. He was talking about the minimums. Yet here he is with the affordable housing. As I read the rules, and I might be wrong, he's doing the absolute minimum of affordable housing, not a unit more than is required by the law. So I'm suggesting that we need to be very careful with a large project going within just a slim number of feet of residential 3-story houses about how this is going to be built, how he's going to deal with all the laws that his current team is not dealing with.
You've reached 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll end it there. But so basically, my point is, we are not necessarily opposed to this, but we are very concerned with the methodology of how this is going to be built, and we want something in writing of how this is going to be done, among other things.
Understood. If you come up with anything else, feel free to email.
Yes.
The next person signed up for public comment is Andrew Fisher. Andrew, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Thank you.
Andrew, you might need to just mute whatever device you're watching this on.
Okay, that's my fault. I had my, I'm sorry about that. Am I unmuted now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm Andrew Fisher. I'm town meeting member from Precinct 13. I also live next door to Tom Cates and 4 doors down from Monique Jablon, who's the abutter to the property. We welcome the project to the extent that it professes to be a 40B project, that it professes to be a green project. Unfortunately, Mr. Schwartz comes on the heels of another developer who's made promises that that weren't kept and weren't binding, and we've been suffering at the hands of idling trucks, workmen who don't care, and I think most of the members of the board have heard me and other members and other neighbors complain about diesel fuel fumes, about noise, and about now that they're permitted, they're not responsive to anything. They're claiming to. Fortunately, this project will be a Brookline project and not on the Boston side. And I hope we'll be able to exercise effective controls and limits that will be set effectively now, and rather than trying to come in after the fact when it's hard to undo a pattern in practice.
And secondly, I hope that this will not be necessary given the way Mr. Schwartz has presented himself to us. I hope that he won't be a Jekyll and Hyde like his predecessor. We suffer from this 5 Washington Street project on one side. We're looking at the new school construction at the Driscoll School on the other side. And as these two conclude, Mr. Schwartz's project will be going online. It's a long period to be under construction for a street that, like a lot of the crescents in Brookline, was deliberately designed to be off the beaten path and with no through traffic. And we're looking at construction constantly. I'm hopeful that the board, having heard our frustrations dealing with the developers at 5 Washington, will be able to exercise more rigorous supervision over the construction once it begins, and will be able to properly monitor. I have one question for Mr. Schwartz. The driveway, as it was proposed to us at the community meeting, was further away from Monique's house, further away from the houses on Bartlett Crescent, and it's been moved so that it's really just abutting the houses now. And I'm wondering if that could be why that was done, and whether it could be back to the way it was originally shown to us. I look forward to Mr. Schwartz's fulfilling the ideals that we all look forward to on a 40B, particularly as to the green and energy, fossil fuel free and energy wise plans. But I am as nervous as my neighbors as to the effect of one more construction project, and I'm hopeful that the town is going to be able to exercise better monitoring and control than has been possible with 5
You've reached
Washington
4 minutes.
Thank you. And if Mr. Schwartz can answer my question.
At the end of the other public comments, let's go to the next speaker. And please try to adhere to the 3 minutes.
The next person signed up for public comment is Jonathan Klein. Jonathan, you've been promoted to a panelist, and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Good evening. Thank you. I hope I'll use substantially less than the 3 minutes and give back a little bit of time. I'm Jonathan Klein. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 10. I'm a member of the Housing Advisory Board, although, of course, tonight I'm speaking entirely on my own behalf. I'm delighted to see this proposal. Well, before I say that, I hear my friends Tom and Andy and their concerns about the challenges they've had in their neighborhood, and you have all my sympathy, and I agree with you 100% that I hope that Brookline is able to do a much better job than Boston has done in controlling and managing the development so that it does not adversely affect the neighborhood, and that the developer hears you loudly and clearly and is able to address those things. And I'll be interested in his responses. Having said that, I'm delighted to see this 40B. I think it's been a shame that we have had no other ownership 40B proposals, and we have had very few new affordable home ownership units in Brookline. And so I'm delighted to see a home ownership proposal which will create some affordable, long-term, deed-restricted, affordable home ownership units. I'm also delighted that this is proposed to be a fossil-free fuel project that will be very, very good for the environment, and that it looks like the developer has been sensitive about issues about the permeability and the tree coverage, and making the best use they can of this very challenging site, I will say. So I hope that this will move forward with all the appropriate controls and restrictions to make sure that it's a well done and well designed and well executed project that can serve Brookline, and it's both affordable housing needs and also market rate housing needs, because we need more housing of all types. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Michael Siegel. Michael, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute, and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Michael Siegel. I represent the family trust that owns 37 Bartlett Crescent. Tom and Andy mentioned Monique. Monique is a member of that family trust, and that our property at 37 Bartlett is the direct abutter to the 45 Bartlett project that Eli is presented tonight. We appreciate him downsizing after our first initial meetings from the number of units to where he stands now. But as a whole, looking at the street, the Crescent Street, and the traffic currently on the street, we feel the number of units is still way too large, number-wise for the street, and the number of residents that will bring in, additional residents that will bring into the neighborhood. We're concerned, a piece of Bartlett Crescent is one way. It begins right at the intersecting line between our property and 45 Bartlett Crescent. So 45 Bartlett residents can come out and turn either left or right. The rest of Bartlett Crescent comes out of their driveways and have to head toward the Driscoll School. We feel the increased number of residents in this immediate area will impact the traffic. We all, the residents of Bartlett are constantly dealing with the morning and afternoon drop off and pickup of parents, of kids by the parents who go to Driscoll, and parking on Bartlett as it stands now is very limited with all the driveways and the parking for those row houses currently. So the available guest parking spaces available on Bartlett is very limited. And Eli, Mr. Schwartz mentioned that just one available guest parking space is available in his project. We would like to see additional options for additional parking, guest parking on his property, as well as a downsize of the number of available units. I'll speak for the family trust, and I'm sure some of the other members, Tom and Andrew mentioned about the 5 Washington Street project and all those issues that the residents on the street have had to deal with.
You have 30 seconds.
In addition to the diesel fuel smell that has flown down the street, which has more or less prevented our neighbors from opening the windows because of the strong diesel fuel. But with the commercial/retail space on the first floor of that development, we are anticipating overflow visitors, patrons going to those commercial and retail spaces to be parking on our street as well, which will just cause additional congestion.
You've reached 3 minutes.
We would ask if this were to proceed, through the normal paths, that maybe the town gets involved, the traffic board, and maybe put some different traffic directional signage for those visitors or those owners coming out of his project to enforce them to go straight up to Washington versus taking a left down Bartlett Crescent and increasing the flow of traffic. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Deborah Brown. Deborah, you've been promoted to a panelist, and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I'll begin by apologizing because I'm going to rush a little bit to make my 3 minutes, but thank you. My name is Deborah Brown. I'm a town meeting member, Precinct 1, and I'm also on the board of the Brookline Improvement Coalition, which is Brookline's Community Development Corporation. So, of course, I'm extremely happy to see more affordable housing coming to Brookline. And home ownership is one of the things that I repeatedly hear from some of our low-income residents being out of their reach. And so this may be an opportunity, especially if you've got some 3-bedroom units. I did want to say, as I was just thinking about where your property is, there's not a lot of green space. And I don't know what you do about that. I mean, one thing that crossed my mind is I don't know, has anybody thought about a partial green roof? I know you're going to put some solar panels up there, but I just wanted to throw that out there. In terms of the diesel idling, not only is it illegal, but it's a public health menace. And so as we're talking about, being fossil fuel free, that doesn't mean anything to the neighbors if they're sucking down diesel fuel. I mean, it's It's an irritant, it's a source for asthma. Some of those chemicals can cause cancer. Well, it's been alleged that they cause cancer. So there are a lot of health reasons to deal with this. And I'm going to flip this a little bit and say that if there are law enforcement crews out there, then they ought to be enforcing the diesel idling laws in this state. So, I've got some real problems around that. And in terms of just hearing some of the concerns, I wanted to say that I am a big proponent of induction cooking. If unless you get a really high-end stove, then induction is the way to go. But the average induction stove, or let me just say, my induction stove ran somewhere in the neighborhood of $3,000. So, I mean, just to say they're not cheap. And if you put a regular stove in there versus a gas stove, you're going to have a lot of people who are unhappy.
You have 30 seconds.
And I'm down to my last point. I'm hearing that the neighbors have a lot of concerns about your operations and what impact they're going to have on them. What about developing a memorandum of understanding with the neighborhood group and create an escrow? And so to the extent that you violate the terms that you all agree to, that there's actually some level of recourse. So that's it. And I hope I made it under 3 minutes. Thank you.
In time. The next person signed up for public comment is Linda Pelkey. Linda, you've been promoted to a panelist. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you. My name's Linda Pelkey. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 2, and I happen to be a patron of one of the businesses in the building that is going to be demolished. And so I was wondering, I don't know if you have any control over this, Mr. Schwartz, but did you purchase the building? Are they being relocated, et cetera? But I'll leave that until so I can make my other comment about the site plan. I agree with the folks who have mentioned the lack of green space being an issue here. This, in our zoning bylaw, as you know, we have requirements for on-site open space for the very reason that people need outdoor space to recreate. And this is an extremely dense area. And as far as you were able, I would like to see the green space improved, and also just the lack of setbacks. And this is something that we are seeing over and over and over again in Brookline now, where we have, buildings up to the property line, within 2 feet of the property line, which is all well and good if the building next to yours has got a really huge setback. But what happens when the building next to yours gets redeveloped with the same 2-foot setback? So we're not thinking clearly about this, and we're doing this trick of visualizing space that isn't owned by the person using up all the space. So I call it a borrowed landscape. It's a landscape design term, and this is what we're doing in Brookline. And we're using borrowed landscape for other people's setbacks, but it's not going to end well because those other adjoining properties will be redeveloped eventually. And also, just to the environmental point, it's not very environmental to be tearing down buildings in order to rebuild, quote unquote, energy efficiency buildings. So, it seemed like kind of a nice building there. I know it's too late to think about incorporating it as a site element, but I just wanted to make that comment since we are talking about being concerned about the environment. Thank you.
Okay, I understand that that may be the last person that has signed up for a public comment.
Yes, at this time there are 36 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
So I'd love to give Eli an opportunity to respond. Again, I'm going to time you to 3 minutes because we are about an hour behind where we want to be in our agenda, and I would like to get to other things on the agenda. So if you want to respond to some of the things that you heard in public comment, here is your opportunity to do so.
Thank you. I'll just try to keep this brief, and I do want to say that we plan to continue this dialogue, and also that there'll be, I think, many hearings, hopefully with the ZBA to get into more detail. I want to make one point in response to Tom Cates, which is just that once again, I did hire Jeff Angler as a 40B consultant. He's not a partner in the project. He's not a co-developer. There's no commingling of interests in the ownership between this project and the adjacent project. And then a lot of interesting things were said here. The green roof, the only thing is we have limited space between terraces, some mechanicals, and then either solar panels to help offset common electricity usage in the building versus a green roof system. So about the neighbors' concerns, I completely get it. I want to reiterate, I said this at the town meeting, but I want to say, and there's more people here, that, I've been involved in construction and I'm very hands-on. I said at the town meeting, and I really meant it, you'll see me on site almost every day. I don't just, turn this over to hired people. So I'll be as outraged and upset if I show up on site and somebody's idling a gnarly truck and it smells like diesel fumes. So I think we need to, on paper, obviously have a very careful construction management plan that would mitigate the nuisance of construction for the neighbors, and that's an agreement between us and the town and with neighborhood input, and then that we need to actually make sure that that's translated into reality, and what kind of systems are in place for that. I'm open-minded about, but I want you to know that I please don't let the other team be a reflection on me, and I'll be extremely hands-on and attentive to making sure that the what we agree to is actually carried through. And I think we actually have a pretty good, we worked pretty hard with green space. I want to go, I can't pull up the site plan now, but we have a pretty reasonable percentage of open space actually on the lot for a very small lot. I too would want more green space. It's a balancing act with keeping the building at a nice height that interacts well with the neighbors and actually having enough square footage to make this affordable. But we'll keep looking at it. And I wanted to just also say, in terms of the environmental and green part of this project, that not only, in terms of its energy usage in the future and in terms of indoor air quality when it's done, that I'll pay, and I do pay with my project, special attention to sourcing renewable materials and doing construction in ways that make less of an impact to the environment, from using more limestone-based cement mortars as opposed to Portland cement, which is extremely energy intensive, down the line to steel sourcing. I'm very concerned about it as the practical impact of each project, and in terms of a methodology for coming up with ways to do construction that's less detrimental. So I appreciate everyone's concerns and everyone's feedback.
Thank you. So for people who are new to this process, and quite frankly, I had to remind myself, we instruct the Director of Planning, Allison Steinfeld, to write a letter on the Select Board's behalf to then inform the state of any comments that we have about this proposal. Again, the state is the one that is issuing, I believe, the permit. Allison, do you want to say just a few words?
The state subsidizing agency, Mass Housing, will review the town's response as well as review the application itself. In all probability, it will issue a project eligibility letter to the developer. The developer is then able to submit an application to the town for a comprehensive permit. And then the planning department and the ZBA take over. I can go on if you like, but that's the basic process.
I just want to let people know who spoke tonight that we will try to incorporate a lot of the comments. If you want to write to either any of the select board members or Allison Steinfeld, those comments will accompany the letter to the state. So the state will get an essence of some of the feedback that we've heard here tonight. We will not vote on this tonight. We will probably vote on it next week once we have a draft letter that reflects a lot of the comments that were brought up. If there are any other comments from select board members, I'd like to move on to our next agenda item. Okay, thank you all for tuning in and providing feedback. Hopefully we'll get a better result. So next on the agenda, I believe, are the warrant articles hearings. And the first one is warrant article 17, which I believe is a competing article on short-term rentals.
Hey, Heather,
Yes.
this is Bernard. Hey, thank you for taking over. I am back, I think.
You have quite the echo going on.
Okay, that's because I have my phone on too as a backup. Okay. So you started off right, warrant article 17, short-term rental alternative. So why don't we hear from the proponent?
Good evening. I'm Susie Roberts. I am co-petitioner with Maureen Coffey of warrant article 17. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you very much for hearing our presentation this evening. I did have some family circumstances last week that really made it impossible for me to be there. So I do appreciate your indulgence. I wanted to start off quickly, and I understand that the agenda is quite falling behind. So I wanted to start off though to remind everybody why we filed warrant article 17, and the reason we did that is that we felt the moderators committee version warrant article 15 was going to end up being too narrow for a broad discussion of what we thought really should be debated by town meeting, not only relating to some of the individual items that we ended up suggesting to be changed from that, but to have an overall discussion that included more context for why short-term rentals are important in Brookline, who's doing them. We wanted the opportunity to do some research as well, to really look at what other municipalities have done and to look at who in fact are the short-term rental hosts right now based on the numbers that we have. And so because our warrant article is out there and it is broader than warrant article 15 to the extent that the select board believes that warrant article 15 needs to be broader, what you would do procedurally, so far as I understand it, is basically any sort of middle ground between warrant article 15 and warrant article 17, you would start with warrant article 17, adopt all of those provisions from 15 that you like, but find that middle ground between 15 and 17 on some of these issues that I'm going to talk about quickly tonight. And that's where you would be, but you have to start with 17 because it is the broader article, and you can't sort of expand article 17. So that's why we did it. We also wanted to hear from people who would be giving public comment in the planning board process, zoning bylaw committee, the select board, the advisory committee, and that, we are nearing the end of that process, and that's all been helpful to us. So we can maybe, we can see maybe ours isn't the right answer for Brookline. Maybe we can compromise, we could compromise, whatever. And I believe there's some discussions going on about that as well. One of the things that I did want to focus on that I think is really important is what warrant article 15 and warrant article 17 share. And the most important provision is the requirement that the short-term rental host be that unit be the primary residence of the host. In other words, we do not, both articles do not allow investor units. So somebody's not going to buy a building and be able to have a short-term rental palace. That's not going to happen. And as well, we are not allowing owner adjacent units. So if you have a two family, a 3-family, 4-family house, and you live in one of those units, you cannot rent those other units if you don't live in them. It has to be your primary residence. So that alone goes so far to, number one, protect the long-term housing, because those of us who are going to do this We would not be doing it on a, year-round basis. I'm not going to leave my house on a year-round basis, for example, so that I can do short-term rentals. This is my primary residence. I live there. And the other thing that it does is when somebody is renting out their primary residence, there are inherent protections, if you will, just by virtue of market and structure alone, that if you're renting out your house, you're going to want the people who come to rent it to take care of it. You're going to vet your tenants. You're going to make sure to call them when you're, if you've vacated and you're not one of those who's actually living there while the short-term rental guest is living there too. But you're going to want to check and be there because you don't want your property destroyed. You don't want a party house. That's not what we're doing this for. And so I think a lot of the quality of life issues that have been commented upon, particularly last year and at town meeting, all of those complaints from a number of people who rose to speak.
You have 30 seconds.
Prior to now, that those people, their issues are taken care of by this primary residence requirement. And then the other thing is, who are these hosts? Who are the people who are doing this? And you heard last week from Joyce Graff, for example, a woman who described herself as a little old lady. There are a number of little old ladies, and Roger Blood, when he has spoken to me about it, and he's also made comments, there's a widow down the street, and the fact is, we widows, I'm a widow, and I would not be doing this if my husband were still alive and we had two incomes. We need the money. People rely on the income that is generated when they can rent their homes out for some period of time, whether it's whether it's a home share while the owner is present in the home.
You've reached 6 minutes.
I'm sorry, and or whether it's you're going to vacate entirely. So I really don't have time, but what I've done for you in terms of the materials, and if you would like, I'd be happy to go through how our proposals are different. And I know that Mr. Warren last week went through all of the ways that there are differences between our two proposals. What I've done is to provide you with two items. The first one is I've taken the Moderators Committee comparison slide, and I've added in yellow highlights the rationale that we were thinking, that what we were thinking about why our position is what it is. So to the extent that I don't have time, if you want to hear from me, I will be happily walking you through that, or else you can look at this on your own. I know you're not going to vote tonight. And the other thing that I've done for you, because I know that all of the committees have asked, how is Brookline comparing to Somerville, to Newton, to Boston, to Cambridge? And so I've done that. So your other item from me is a comparison of where Brookline stands, both warrant articles 15 and warrant article 17, how they compare to these other neighboring towns. And you will see Brookline is by far the most strict. We are the most strict. We are very restrictive in terms of article 15, and article 17 broadens that somewhat. So
Could you
I
wrap
will
up?
answer your questions. And I will stop now, but thank you very much.
5 or 6 people signed up for public.
Okay. And by the way, we do have on our agenda voting on all 4 articles. The board may want to put it off to another meeting, but it is on our agenda.
Oh, I was under the impression that you were voting next week. Is that not the case?
I think that was the original idea, but yeah, we put it on the agenda for this week.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that. I think that there may be some discussion about an amendment that would, narrow 17 and broaden 15. So I think our thought had been that you were voting next week. I apologize.
Well, what do other members of the board think before we go into public hearing?
I think we should hear from members of the public before we discuss whether or not to take the vote this week or next.
Okay. So Devin, let's open up for a public hearing.
I will make the board aware that there are 10 people signed up for public comment. The first is Joyce Graff. Joyce, you have been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
And let's strictly enforce the 3 minutes.
Thank you. I think I'm timed to 3 minutes. Hi, my name is Joyce Graff. I own a 3-family house at Coolidge Corner where I've lived since 1978. And since my retirement in 2012, I've been renting rooms. For nearly 4 years before COVID, I rented through Airbnb, rentals that would be classified as short-term rentals, usually averaging 3 to 7 days. As I listened to the comments at the meeting last week, it seems to me that the problem you're trying to solve is primarily that of keeping the rental units on the market for yearly rental that are currently being taken over by absentee investors. I am in agreement with that goal, but what is being lost in this discussion is little old ladies like myself who've been renting rooms for years, if not decades, in order to fill our homes with interesting people and in order to pay our taxes. We may once have been highly paid professionals, but today we are living on fixed incomes in an era of ever increasing taxes with no income to offset them. We are a town of single-family homes that have 13 to 16 rooms that were designed for 6 children and 4 or 5 staff. Today, family sizes are smaller and empty nests are very empty, and the rooms in our homes give us the opportunity to continue to live in our community. There seemed to be an opinion last week that in permitting short-term rentals, you are giving us some privilege, but we've always been able to rent rooms. With this action, you are taking away our right to utilize the power of our investment. You are taking away our rights as homeowners. Mr. Van Scoyac asked me how many of us there are. I don't have data to show you, but what I can tell you from my personal experience is that I know 5 other people who rent rooms on a short-term basis, as I do, who are not registered with the state for fear that that registration would expose them to the town. They were terrified by the action you took in December of 2019, and they are terrified of losing their income to the proposed warrant article. This action would likely force them to lose their homes. Warrant Article 17 is much too punitive and severe. Warrant Article 15 goes much of the way to fixing the worst of the issues. One item not yet covered in it is the requirement that we hardwire the smoke detectors. This innocent sounding 2 words is not levied on any other homeowner in the town. Meeting that requirement in a Victorian or a 1920 building would cost at least $3,000, which
30 seconds.
We do not have. It is all we can do to maintain our buildings and pay our taxes. Please don't take away our rights. Please don't take away our homes.
The next person signed up for public comment is Chris Dempsey. Chris, you've been promoted to a panelist, and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Devin. I am just going to share my screen here and appreciate the board's time this evening. So I'm Chris Dempsey. I was a member of the Moderators Committee on Short-Term Rentals. I've spent many hours on these articles and want to just remind the board that there are 4 articles here. There is Article 14, which will require a 2/3 vote, Article 16, which is mostly non-controversial, and then Article 15 and 17, which are complements or maybe substitutes is the better word for each other. I am actually supportive of warrant Article 17. I think it's a better warrant article than the one that we arrived at the Moderators Committee. But the warrant articles are actually very similar. 15 and 17 are mostly identical on the core issues, on things like requiring that the rental be a primary residence, requiring that the operator register with the town, requiring emergency contact information. They're by and large the same regulations. You can see that they both require that rentals be at least 24 hours. They require that the law goes in effect at the same time. They both prohibit commercial uses in the short-term rentals. Importantly, they also both enable the select board to issue further regulations, including but not limited to a cap on the number of certificates in the town. And I think this is why the select board should support warrant article 17, but then move ahead with an amendment. And I may be offering an amendment on 17, and I'm going to listen tonight to the select board conversation and see if I can incorporate some of the select board's thoughts into that amendment. Because this is the process. Town meeting is going to pass a bylaw at this spring's town meeting. And that bylaw is going to say that then the select board will issue regulations on short-term rentals. And then you as the select board will issue those regulations within the structure created by the law. And because 17 gives you more flexibility, I think it makes more sense for the select board to support 17 or amended 17 to give you the flexibility to set the right regulations in a more flexible way than warrant article 15 will allow. And this is just one example. So if warrant article 15 passes, then it requires that all abutters be notified if they're within 300 feet of the certified short-term rental. Article 17 does not include language on notification, but the select board could issue a regulation that requires notification.
You
And
have
maybe
30 seconds.
you would decide that instead of all abutters, it should just be town meeting members in the precinct, or it should be within 100 feet instead of 300 feet, or some other requirement that you might require that you have the flexibility to do because you pass 17 instead. Another example would be on the cap on guests, and this is where I think an amendment will come in handy. Article 15 has pretty strict language on that. Article 17 is a little bit more flexible. Neither actually address the issue that was raised by Nancy Heller and others like last week, that it doesn't talk about children traveling with families.
You've reached
And
3 minutes.
if I put forward an amendment, we can include language to do that, to kind of clear up some of these little small issues. So I ask you to consider supporting warrant article 17, potentially with an amendment that moves a different motion than the one that is currently offered by Susie Roberts and Maureen Coffey, but hopefully we'll have their approval to be a consensus article 17 motion going forward. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Anna Albuquerque. Anna, you've been promoted to a panelist and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you. So I'm a town meeting member for Precinct 1 and a member of the Moderators Committee on SDRs. I strongly oppose Article 17 and I am in favor of Articles 14, 15, and 16. The contingent motion for Article 14 filed by the Moderators Committee and the 2 new amendments filed by Pelk and Staffer. I appreciate the fact that Mrs. Coffey and Mrs. Roberts, as SDR operators, are putting forth warrant Article 17, which would allow them to more fully take advantage of and profit from operating SDRs in Brookline. However, I also believe that when it comes to putting in place rules and procedures to regulate SDRs, it is important to take in consideration the interests of all Brookline residents and not only operators. Article 17 basically says, let us move ahead full speed. Let me give you an example. Under Article 17, you can operate an Airbnb in your building, even if your neighbors don't agree with it. That's because there is no need for written consent from condo association. And you can have the rooms in your place all rented out. Let's say that you have 5 rooms, you can have 10 guests. And you can have those 10 guests for 365 days out of the year. And by the way, if you charge each $100, you will get $365,000 as a source of income per year. On top of that, Article 17 says that inspections are not required and the violation penalty fee should be at the discretion of the enforcement authority. If they feel like 50, so be it. I was part of the Moderators Committee, just like Mrs. Coffey, and we spent many hours debating SDR rules and regulations, and also like Chris Dempsey. In drafting warrant Articles 14 and 16, we looked at best practices around us, such as Boston and Somerville, and held several hearings to get public comments. We also relaxed some of the conditions that were presented to town meeting last fall. For example, the major differences being that the owner of the unit no longer needs to be present, and the number of rooms allowed to be rented increased from 2 to 3, and the number of guests from 4 to 6. I believe Articles 14 through 16 are a result of trying to build a consensus to allow STRs to operate in a safe manner in Brookline, while respecting the rights of current Brookline residents and allowing those that need some extra income, like senior citizens, to profit from exploring a new business. In addition, we were advised by the building commissioner and other town officials to draft rules and procedures to allow STRs to slowly operate in Brookline as a way to test the waters, so that we could learn about potential unintended consequences.
You have reached 3 minutes.
Believe me, there are many. As an example, many cities have experienced an increase in housing prices, impairing affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Lee Birnbaum. You've been promoted to a panelist and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Hello, I'm Lee Birnbaum. I live on Verndale Street. I would like to voice my support in favor of allowing short-term rentals broadly and warrant Article 17 in particular. Short-term rentals provide an important feature for those of us who live in Brookline, including those of us who own no additional properties, who don't have an extra room, and will not rent out our homes. Personally, I have a sister-in-law who lives out of state. She has 4 children, keeps kosher, and a Shomer Shabbos. A hotel where there's a place for a toddler to nap, a 10-year-old to play, and to ensure access to a kosher kitchen and remain in walking distance of a synagogue and family on Saturday is some combination of impossible and fantastically expensive. Short-term rentals provide an important and necessary opportunity to allow my family to be with my family. I live in a multi-family condo, and the idea that it would be illegal for them to stay across the hall in a 3-bedroom apartment because it's a multi-unit building is nonsensical and disappointing. In a town encouraging smart carbon-reducing housing growth and densification, the idea that they would have to find a single-family home to rent is confusing at best. Should they choose to have another child or take a parent into their household, they'd be prohibited under Warrant Article 15 in staying in any short-term rental at all, no matter how large. Additionally, it's worth directly addressing how short-term rentals advance our climate and housing goals. Like many in Brookline, we live in an apartment without much or really any room to spare. I don't have a guest room, and even when not being visited by idiosyncratic families of 6, anytime we are visited by family or friends, they need somewhere to stay. Just like I don't have a yard and instead pool resources with my neighbors in our neighborhood park. Pooling resources in terms of temporary housing is pro-urban and pro-society. Not having the guest room in my apartment and every other apartment, either old or new build, means that's 1 fewer room to heat and cool and that much less energy to expend for a room occupied for just a few days every year. By not allocating those extra few hundred square feet to every apartment in these largely unused guest rooms, it also means having more space for people who can live here and who can address our housing crisis, even if some apartments wind up being full-time for short-term rentals. So with all of that, I wholeheartedly support Warrant Article 17. Thank you very much for your time today.
The next person signed up for public comment is Sean Lynn Jones. Sean, your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
I'm Sean Lynn Jones, Precinct 1 town meeting member, and also a member of the Moderators Committee on Short-Term Rentals, but I am speaking entirely for myself. And in general, I support Article 15, perhaps with some amendments, over Article 17. But I do want to express my appreciation to Susie Roberts and Maureen Coffey for recognizing that the key issue is limiting or preventing investor-owned and operated short-term rentals in Brookline and favoring owner-occupied short-term rentals. I still think, however, we need to be worried about the consequences those rentals have for abutters. They're better than investor-operated rentals, but they still have some issues. I'm going to focus on one issue that's come up, the notification requirement in Article 15, that when a certificate for an STR is issued, abutters within 300 feet are notified. I've heard people say this is going to provoke disputes and feuds among neighbors. I have a different opinion. Transparency breeds trust and secrecy breeds suspicion. And if neighbors think that their neighbors are trying to hide something from them, That's not going to build good relations. I also would point out that this is not a burden on the operator of the short-term rental because it's the town that does the notifying, not the short-term rental operator. It's also similar to what our neighboring communities in Boston and Newton have done. And given that we have notification now for when people build sheds, for when a new manager is appointed at a restaurant, this is a much more consequential activity, I think, when a short-term rental operation begins next to you. The notification also has practical advantages for guests, operators, and abutters. If there's a noise issue, it's more likely that an abutter will contact the operator instead of calling the police. If you find someone parked by mistake in your parking lot, you might notify the abutter that they have a guest there instead of having them towed away. And I can tell you, if I've had that happen, I spent hours trying to track down the person who parked in my space. If I'd known who to call, it would have been a lot easier. In addition, it's just reassuring to know that people who are coming into your building or standing in front of your house are likely guests of a short-term rental nearby. The notification is reassuring. There's also the practical issue. I don't know why it comes up so much, but it does, that people get lost looking for short-term rentals and they knock on doors everywhere. And maybe it's because we have too many buildings that are all brick and look the same in Brookline, but people tell me all the time that they have to redirect people. If you have notification, at least you know where they might be going and you can help them out.
30 seconds.
For all these reasons, I hope, and I'm just focusing on this one issue because I know there's a lot of other issues and not much time, that whatever town meeting adopts will retain this requirement of notification of abutters within 300 feet of a short-term rental when it gets its certificate to begin operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Helene Thayer. You've been promoted to a panelist and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Oh, hi. First, I wanted to thank several speakers. One was Ms. Graff, Joyce. She really expressed a lot of my own passion and feelings about Airbnb and the need in my life and how important it is. And in that context, I'd like to respond to what Anna said about starting slow. I've lived here for 40 years. I was a founding member of my condominium, and I've rented from the first day I owned. Always had someone in at least one and possibly 2 bedrooms. And I have a lot of experience renting, and I don't really think that I need to start slow. I had a fabulous experience with my first 1.5 years of Airbnb, and then I was shut down. But I don't want to be deprived. I'm 77. I may die before I really have a chance to do it again at the rate things are going. And I love it so much, and it's so important to me. Plus, I haven't had a vacation in about 8 years. And if I were able to do more than 90 days of short-term rentals, maybe if I could do 180 days or 220 days, let's say, maybe I could put the money together to take a trip and actually go and visit some of these guests that I love so much and to the places that they told me about that sounded so interesting. So the other thing I want to mention is I appreciate so much what Susie Roberts has done here, because she's trying to be very balanced and, you know, not extreme about some of her provisions, especially the ones I think that involve, you know, violations and due process and things like that. I had an extremely crazy experience when I was cited for running a lodging house. Called Dan Bennett. He couldn't explain to me, but he refused to take away the charge. He never investigated whether I had 4 renters, which would have made it a lodging house. Nobody ever spoke to me or inspected anything. They didn't even read my Airbnb posting, which was limited to 2 guests. And there was no due process whatsoever. And then at the hearing, they came and said, oh, we've just inserted this thing about 30 days into the definition of use 51. There was no due process. And I really—
You have 30 seconds.
So the other thing is that very important option of obeying the condominium regulations. We live by those here. We have always lived by them. They are our sacred, they are what's sacred in our condo.
please do not come and interfere with our condo regulations. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Paula Friedman. Paula, you've been promoted and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I just would like to say, as an introductory comment, that I wish that the issue of short-term rentals were as easy to address as getting an all liquor license. There are just a few brief comments I would like to make. I am a town meeting member of Precinct 14. I was chair of the moderator short-term rental committee. We worked very, very hard to find a middle road to balance the interests of operators and neighbors and neighborhoods. There is currently an amendment being drafted to address the family-friendly issue that Select Board Member Heller brought up last week that will eliminate the number of rooms cap, but keep the limits on the number of people. So that would accommodate families. We heard that and we appreciated the comment. Any operation that exceeds 90 days starts to look like a commercial venture. We have had opinions from legal counsel that commercial operations is not what we are trying to do. We are trying to address the needs of people, as Susie mentioned in her presentations, that need a little extra money. A little extra money is not operating 365 days a year or 180 days a year. 90 days is a reasonable limit to help people who want to make a little extra money. And lastly, the lowest cost rentals available in town right now, and we know there's a need for low cost housing, we hear that all the time, is single rooms that are rented long-term within a home. And that's what we want to support. We want to support affordability for everyone. So we ask you to think about the time and effort and work that went into putting together 15. There are a couple of amendments that are being offered now, and we are open, of course, to modifications. There are things we didn't have time to think about. There are things that we just didn't think about. But 15 was the product of very good minds working together to find a middle ground. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Linda Pelkey. Linda, you've been promoted and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Hello, thank you for taking the time to hear our comments. My name is Linda Pelkey and I am a Precinct 2 town meeting member. I'd first like to start off with cautioning you to follow Chris Dempsey's advice, because I don't think he told you what you actually have authority over if you were going to write regulations. And this is what you would want to know before assuming that you're going to fix whatever needs to be fixed down the road. You know, we've heard this multiple times about individuals needing money to afford to live here, and I'm certainly sympathetic to that. However, I think it's a very slippery slope, and this is, I consider short-term rentals to be a commercial use. It is a different use than a longer-term residential setting. And it does have very, very significant negative consequences, especially within condominiums. And that is simply because we have very strict rules already. We share common areas, we hear noise, we have no noise protection. We know our neighbors, but we do not necessarily value strangers coming in at all hours of the day and night at all, and their liability, insurance issues, et cetera. So my amendment, I think, addresses the condominium issue by leaving the decision whether to allow it or not to the condo. And that is the way that the town can stay out of the business of running condominiums, not by, you know, hands off. And if you didn't put it in your regs 80 years ago, then you're on your own, which is what we're dealing with now. So I would just hope that the board would vote for the work that the moderators committee did. and not vote for 17. They changed very many things that they didn't tell you about. There's no inspection, there's no limit on the number of people, there's no limit on the number of days. And the condo part of it is the operator simply needs to attest that it complies with the documents. I happen to know that even in an individual's building that we've heard from tonight who runs a condo STR, that their neighbors are not in favor of it and they have complained. And that's the other side of this that you don't hear. You know,
30 seconds.
we have a right to the quiet enjoyment of our home that we purchased, assuming that we would not be living next to a hotel. Thank you.
The next
Thank you.
person signed up for public comment is Maureen Coffey. Maureen, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Maureen Coffey, Precinct 5, member of the Moderators Committee for Short-Term Rentals and co-petitioner for warrant Article 17. I appreciate the amount of time everyone has spent on this. And most people have spoken about what I wanted to address. But I'm just going to say, why did I co-petition another warrant article after sitting on the Moderators Committee? And that is, with all due respect, I did not think the Moderators Committee reflected the town of Brookline. I did not think it represented all stakeholders in Brookline. And thankfully, Paula Friedman, the chair of the Moderators Committee, just spoke. And, you know, she spoke of a little extra money and that she determines that 90 days of extra money is enough. And with all due respect, that's not really Paula Friedman's decision. You know, these things are all subjective. You know, needing money, we can't speak for what other people's needs are. I'm a long-term host, despite Anna's comment that I'm interested in profit for myself. I'm actually not an STR. I'm a long-term host. But interestingly, to my point of the committee not representing Brookline, there was no STR host on the committee. Very few committee members, despite their good work, truly understand the nature of STRs. So despite not wanting to spend this many more hours on meetings, I felt it was imperative that we write an alternative article that retains all of the protections of so-called bad STRs, no investor units, no professionally managed, protect long-term units from being converted to STRs, but put back the essential rights, the long-held rights. Before December 2018, so-called short-term rentals were allowed under Use 51. Use 51 was silent on length of stay, so it was allowed. Many, many people in Brookline have been renting for less than 30 days. They've been doing it responsibly, conscientiously, happily, and sometimes maybe they're earning a little extra money, but often they're paying their mortgage, they're paying their taxes, they're paying for their kids' education. And it's not for a few of us to take that away from a larger group. It's just not. And I want
30 seconds.
So I spoke to the 90 days. And I just want to say that we submitted warrant Article 17 to be more expansive, to broaden the conversation, to let more stakeholders weigh in, including the select board. And we are open to amendments and Chris Dempsey's input. We want it to be a broader conversation reflecting all of Brookline stakeholders. Thanks so much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Roger Blood. Roger, you've been promoted to a panelist and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm speaking just for myself this evening in favor of Article 15. And I'd just like to focus for the few minutes available on a particular aspect, and that is the importance of the 90-day limit that Article 15 contains. I mentioned in passing that the Housing Advisory Board did not revisit short-term rentals or these specific articles. However, last fall they did hold a hearing and reached a statement and a favoring of the more restrictive of the choices of that time, on the basis that to the extent that short-term rentals create an incentive for removing real existing housing that is used for habitation, for dwelling, there should not be the removal of that kind of housing. The issue of entire units was reasonably well addressed, but I'd like to to ask that you consider that the renting of rooms to people who need them is, while there's no statistics, it's probably rather widespread, and it serves both the needs of those that the petitioners have realistically framed, older folks, people who want to age at home, often widows who have a home maybe that they raise their children in and would like to remain. That's a reality. The double win when people like that are able to gain income and for the purpose of remaining in their homes, paying their taxes, maintaining their property, and making ends meet. That's meeting the needs of the people who are occupying the housing as a place to live, in addition to the making the people that want to remain in their homes. I can personalize this. When I was in junior high school, my mom became a widow, and she rented a room to keep us in our home so that I could graduate from high school in the home that I grew up in. And I knew the people who were sharing the rooms in our house. They were down at that point in their life, and they needed a place to live for a period of time. These people often have kitchen privileges, and it helped my mom make ends meet, and it helped somebody who couldn't have lived in a modest suburb in any other way at that time. When we bought our house here in Brookline,
You have 30 seconds.
the older woman who lived in our house here was renting a room to make ends meet until she decided to sell, in the same fashion I described, experienced early in my life. And later a neighbor, a close neighbor, became a widow and did the same thing. The occupants were graduate students, a maintenance man at DC, people that never could have lived in Brookline under other circumstances. So the last thing I'd like to just mention is it's all kind of, it results in dollars and numbers. 90 days at $100 or more at the lower end of what a room could rent for, with at least $10,000 or $12,000 a year per room, and a couple of rooms, $25,000 or more. I would argue that providing real housing and getting $20,000 or $25,000 a year is a win-win-win for the homeowner and the person who needs the housing. And a 90-day STR is a choice they would have. But if you went to 180 days or
You've
something
reached
like
3 minutes and 30 seconds.
you're creating a financial incentive to remove the renting of rooms, because there's so much more income that can be gotten from 180 days or 120 days or what have you. It's very simple, back of the envelope numbers.
Roger, please conclude.
Thank you.
You're over your time.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Chiuba Obale. You've been promoted to a panelist, and your 3 minutes will begin when you unmute.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Nancy. Hello, Heather, Raul, John, Bernard. It's good to be here tonight. I just wanted to speak in favor of the warrant articles 17. And I also wanted to, if I'm allowed to, speak out against the Pelkey Amendment. What I like about warrant article 17 is that it does strike a good balance. And I know that there are some people who feel that 365 days is too much, and that's fine. But 90 days is just, that's very difficult for Helene and I to work with. And it's just, you know, Helene's been renting out her unit for a very long time, and I'm on disability. We don't really work, and we really do depend on having rental income in order to stay in Brookline. And with 90 days, we just wouldn't be able to stay in Brookline. Now, some people are saying that, well, why don't you just do long-term rentals? But the problem with that is that we've had awful experiences with long-term tenants. And this is a live-in situation where we share our space with long-term tenants. We've had people bring mice, we've had people have parties, and it's just a very unmanageable situation sometimes. I'm not saying long-term tenants are all bad, but given the experiences that we've had, we really don't feel comfortable going back to long-term rentals. But the fact that some people are saying that there needs to be housing stock, and I appreciate the fact that affordable housing is a problem and that we need to make units available, but that choice should belong to the homeowner, and the homeowner should decide how he or she lives in inside their home, we don't feel comfortable with long-term rentals. And like I said, we really do depend on the rental income in order to stay. And if it weren't for Airbnb, we would probably have to move out of Brookline. And I know some people might be happy about that because they don't get to hear from me, but I just think it would be unfortunate if we pass something that's so paltry, like 90 days. I just think it sends the wrong message that certain people aren't welcomed in Brookline.
You have 30 seconds.
If you don't make enough money. And lastly, I will just say that I have some concerns about Ms. Polke's amendment. I just think that when it comes down to condominiums, I know that there are some questions about livability, and I know that people are very sensitive about what goes on inside their building, but I do think that you have to, like Helene said, condo docs are sacred. The master deed, the bylaws, those are sacred documents and they need to be respected. You can't go
3
into-
minutes.
Oh, sorry, I'm up.
The next person signed up for public comment is Branch Moody. Branch, you've been promoted to a panelist and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you, everybody, for meeting on this eventful evening. My name is Branch Moody. I've lived with my wife, Marisa, in Brookline for 20 years. We currently reside in Precinct 5. In our neighborhood, there have been long-term renters, many even on our street, where we've never had difficulties with rental operations that occur for shorter times. We've had ongoing difficulties with noise, privacy, and parking problems. Renters that come and drive up in our driveway, wake us up in the morning, late at night. This is occurring in a single family neighborhood, or at least it did prior to the pandemic, and has not been resolved after many years. On September 13th, the Moderators Committee listened to the public, and by far the majority spoke out and listed these kinds of nuisance and noise problems that occur, especially in tight condo type situations. Our experience has been that they occur also in single family homes. In listening to the Moderators Committee, we have generally appreciated the process, but we realize that all of those rules focus really on what's going on inside the room rather than outside it. How many people are there? Is there fire safety? As one of the AC members pointed out last week, read warrant Article 15. There's almost nothing said about the effects on neighborhoods in terms of parking, noise, and privacy problems. A second point to make is that 17 is vastly different than 15. You saw a chart a moment ago that listed certain aspects were the same, and that's all true. But let me point to 4 major differences. The first is it's 90 days versus 365, which is a major incentive for the commercialization of these properties being taken over by investor groups. It's said that that's impossible under the warrant articles, but they need only have someone with their name on the deed. And Roger began to run through some of the numbers that can be generated with a year-round unit. Second, there's no cap on the number of people or rooms. For a 10-bedroom house, you could have 20 people. These large sort of hotels would be perfectly legal under 17, but not allowed under 15. Third, 17 does not make inspections mandatory, which is a major difference. And I'd point out lastly, the town council has pointed to language in 17, which changes the way all of the provisions are enforced. That uses vague language. The town council has raised basic questions about whether any of the elements would be enforceable based on the vagueness of the language.
You have 30 seconds.
Let's understand what's happening here. For 50 years, everyone in Brookline has been working under well-established precedents that single night rentals are commercial activities and occur in commercial zones. We're considering for the first time creating a situation that up to 200 or 300 new legal entities could be formed that would allow the renters to occur in our residential neighborhoods. We need to protect residential neighborhoods. And of course, people should have the right to rent. They do.
You've reached 3 minutes.
They can earn money by renting their extra rooms for 27 or more days in a row, even under current law. So thank you for your attention.
The next person signed up for public comment is Regina. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Good evening. I have not been following this as closely as I would have in the past. Just anecdotally, I moved here over 50 years in my neighborhood, and part of the salesmanship of living here, the quality was that there were elderly women widows in my neighborhood who rented out rooms. It was matter of fact, never gave it a thought. And that's how it went. It just was the way it was. I'm concerned about the legality in the end, in terms of the right of a property owner. And I wonder if town council has weighed in. I haven't heard enough to know if it's been presented, but I certainly didn't hear it tonight. What are the legalities of this in terms of the rights of property owners versus the kind of limitations I'm listening to? And just finally, anecdotally, I would love to get another cat, and I have not done so because of these bylaw potentials. Because in order for me to travel, which I have not done since 2003, I think I'm worse off than Lainey. I'm desperate to have some kind of a vacation away from the house after COVID is ready. If I had a cat, I would have to bring in somebody to stay in the house, because anybody who knows cats know they're very territorial. I've done it in the past where they left the house and it was very traumatizing for the animal. So I will never do that again. That would still sounds like it would qualify as short term. So I haven't got the cat. I'm going to wait until after I have a vacation. But what are the legalities here in terms of the rights of property ownership, which has been historically part of common law? Can somebody enlighten me?
Devin, is that the last public comment?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. I'm hoping there's somebody here who's dealt with that.
And we will try to get that answered. I just wanted to see if there was anybody else in the queue. Susie, do you feel comfortable taking this? I see Paula Friedman's hand raised. So I'm not sure who to.
Thank you. I had wanted to tick off some responses to a number of the speakers, and I'm prepared to do that. I'm not completely sure what Regina is asking in terms of what are the legalities, and whether or not she's asking about whether it is legal to do a short-term rental. I think everybody knows that the Commonwealth recognizes that they are legal, and in fact, the Commonwealth taxes short-term rentals, and that municipalities have the choice of regulating short-term rentals if they so choose. Some municipalities have chosen to do that, others have not. Brookline has not yet done that.
Okay, so I'm just gonna pivot over to Paula, because I think she had something to say, and then we will give you an opportunity to respond to the.
Thank you. I will just say that everything in Article 15 has been vetted through town council. Any comments have been incorporated. Everything that we have in 15 is presumed to be legal. We also have vetted through all relevant department heads and have had input and incorporated that from them. So we feel very confident that what was proposed to address Regina's question, everything in 15, we feel confident is approved by legal counsel. Thank you.
Right, okay, so Susie, if you want to tick off some of the public comment, but it's 9:51, we've still got like at least 5 more warrant articles, so please try to keep it under 4 minutes.
Definitely will do that. First of all, with Joyce Graff, I just wanted to clarify, I think she made a reference to warrant article 15 being punitive and warrant article 17 being punitive and warrant article 15 being more broad. And in fact, it's the opposite of that in reality. It's warrant article 15 that is more restrictive. Warrant article 17, the article we've been discussing, is the one who's broad. I just wanted to point that out for people. In terms of the condo issue, and I'm now addressing Anna Albuquerque and Linda Pelkey, I also want to make sure that the select board understands what warrant article 17 provides, which is that part of the certificate of registration process, the applicant must attest that the condominium documents do not prohibit a short-term rental in a condominium. And that's where we are with that right now. And as far as we're concerned, it is not for Brookline to involve itself into requiring consents that may or may not, requiring consents by the condominium association that are not required by the condominium documents themselves. The condominium unit owners have the right and opportunity to amend their condominium documents. Everybody signed up and knows what those say. And Linda, of course, knows what hers say. And if it's a hard road to get something amended, that should not be something that that just shouldn't be something where Brookline should save condominium unit owners. That's what they bought into. Interestingly, I did watch last week's tape, and I can note, I don't know if Deborah Brown is still on, but Deborah made some comment about how she was not in favor and she was going to, get right on her condominium association. That's what condominium unit owners should do if they are upset that their condominium association either might allow STRs or, there's some other issue. That's where the redress is. In terms of the number of days, I've got to mention this because I want everybody to know that Boston does provide for 365 days for offering for rent, short-term rentals. Newton is silent. Cambridge is silent on the number of days. Somerville allows home shares. In other words, in places like Helene could do it for 365 days a year. That is allowed in Somerville. What's not, and 90 days is the limit for those apartments or homes that are vacated and somebody comes in without the owner being present. Those are the other communities. You can check the document that I've also submitted to you tonight for comparison. Quickly again, someone mentioned that our warrant
3 minutes
does not suggest that inspections are required, and it's true, we don't require inspections, but certainly every unit may be inspected. We just leave it up to the department. We leave it up to the town. We foresee if a bylaw is passed that the Attorney General has to weigh in, and by the time inspections start, we could be looking at October, November, and December before January 1st of 2022 and all of this. That's a lot, potentially maybe there's 100 units that could be coming on board. That's a lot of inspections. So we leave it up to the town to decide whether or not they want to inspect.
You've reached the end of your time.
Thank you.
So this has been a lot to digest as a board member. I don't know how others feel, but I don't know whether or not I feel ready to vote on this week. Let's.
Definitely not ready. There are too many issues that are floating around in my mind. I will say that my principal concerns have to do with the neighbors' enjoyment and quiet enjoyment of their own places. And whether they're in a condominium or not, I mean, they don't expect people to be traipsing through the halls at 3 a.m, dragging suitcases or, driving into their driveways and waking people up, or this kind of thing. So, I mean, I think that's the main thing that we have to be concerned about in terms of the rentals. I'm not, both the proponents of Article 15 and Article 17 have suggested that there are amendments that they can make, which would have them come to consensus. I think that's what they were suggesting. And I would certainly like to see whether that is a possibility. I do appreciate the committee responding to the questions of children. I think that's really important. I think people who travel and want an STR may need, will be bringing their children. It's very, very likely. So I'm glad of that. I think that the number of people I don't think we should rush into this. I don't think we should open the floodgates and have everyone do this for 365 days with no limitations on number of people and that kind of thing. Because the problem is if it creates big neighborhood problems and issues for people who are living around you, it's much harder to contract it. It's much easier to open it up. So I would start more slowly, whether I would limit it to 90 days. I haven't thought about that enough. I probably wouldn't want it to be 365. I'm wondering how that would work with people being in their apartments for every single day. But at any rate, I need to think about that more. In terms of notification, I agree with Sean Lynn Jones. Notification I don't consider it a punitive thing and especially since the town is going to do it. But it is an opportunity for the neighbors to understand what's going on if there is loud noise and a party and this kind of thing. And then they know that how they should react. So I think that makes sense to me. I don't know if 300 feet is the right number, but it makes sense to me that there be some notification.
Let's hear from others.
Yeah, I agree. The notification thing, 300 feet is like a football field. And in certain dense parts of town, that takes in a lot of people. But we as a select board can develop regulations to adjust that if it's found to be a problem. I think we've had a good discussion and we've learned a lot, but I don't think it's really ready for us to vote on tonight, especially given that apparently there are a few additional amendments in the hopper that we don't know about yet.
I think Raul had his hand raised. Did you, Raul?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I know we have other things to do. Definitely not voting tonight. I do think the notification requirement is a sticking point for me. At 300 feet, certainly. But frankly, I'm not sure. And by the way, if we do require a notification when a business changes managers, I think we should stop doing that too. That's what Sean Jones said. No one's addressed the issue, and maybe we can. I'd be very curious to hear from either building or fire on this issue around hardwiring smoke detectors and why that might be necessary. And so maybe between now and the next time we meet, we can hear from building and fire, even over email or whatever, about why they feel, if that's them that put that in there or just the petitioners, why they feel that's necessary. I just continue to think there's reasonable regulations, and then there's regulations that either are intended to dissuade people from doing something or have the impact of dissuading people from doing something, even if they're not intended. And I just continue to think that 15 is a little bit too restrictive, and maybe it's that 17 is too permissive, and maybe it's that Chris Dempsey is going to find us just the right balance. But I look forward to hearing what he has to say about this, and hopefully he can get us something to digest before the next meeting, so we have an opportunity maybe to ask questions and be more prepared to vote at the next time we take this up.
Okay.
I'd like to pose a question just quickly before we go to the next hearing.
And the question is, and it was passed on by one of the people who's been a participant in this debate. Can we get an answer to this question? How many dwellings in Brookline would qualify to apply to become short-term rental operators if Article 15 is approved or if Article 17 is approved? And how many of them have private parking available? And this includes condos, apartments, single and multifamily dwellings. And the reason for asking that second question is if they don't have private parking available, this becomes an issue in terms of competition for parking on the streets and so on. So I don't know if those are answerable questions, but I think it'd be very useful information to inform this discussion.
Well, if they don't have private parking, their guests are not going to have cars. Not going to be able to have cars because they don't have overnight parking.
If the guest shows up with a car, the guest shows up with a car.
And there are public lots available.
And if I can just say one more thing, Heather, thanks for doing your level best to keep people to time. My hope is that, and this is for people I agree with and people I disagree with, is that everybody keeps to time. It's an equity issue. Everybody should have the same amount of time to say what they need to say, regardless of what their position is. And so it's 3 minutes. It's, we do this all the time. And there's a lot of frequent flyers that are going right past Devin's instructions that their time is up. And I think it's a little disrespectful of her. And so, and thank you, Heather, for trying to keep everybody on time.
I also forgot to close the public hearing. So it's closed.
Okay, let's close it. Okay, and Heather, do you want to continue? Heather, do you want to continue doing this? My internet connection is in and out.
Yeah, I'm happy to step in, Bernard, if that will expedite things.
Yeah, I think it'd make it easier, much easier, and a little more stable in terms of the conversation going.
Okay,
but I will warn everyone, I get crankier as the night goes on.
Well, and that's why I want you to do this.
That one is unanimous.
Okay, so next warrant article is warrant article 8, I believe. The budget, Melissa?
Article 9. I have a quick PowerPoint that will essentially give the board a summary of where we're at. So just bear with me for a minute. So we have our $330 million general appropriation budget. The board has essentially seen every departmental budget with the exception of the school department. I was just with advisory and they're still trying to parse through the school department budget. The school committee has not made an official budget request yet. Right now, they're just talking about whether or not they should be using the town administrator's recommended amount through the town school partnership or waiting for the school committee. They've decided to move forward with the current recommendation. That's really all they have in front of them.
Melissa, can I interrupt a second? Devin, could you give me access to the screen? I think you took it away. Access to screen sharing. Devin?
I don't totally understand your question.
My screen is blank, and I think you've taken away my screen sharing ability.
So Bernard, try swiping if you're on a phone. Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. It's not on the phone. It's on the computer. I'm calling in, so I'm not going to be able to get the video on the phone.
Bernard, I think you just have to log back into Zoom and on your computer, mute yourself and just talk on the phone, and then you'll see the screen that way.
Okay, I'll try that. Thanks. Sorry.
Okay. Then what's changed since the town administrator's budget has come out? You've received an earlier memo from me about the GIC rates. The school allocation was $152,444. The town allocation was $107,886. You should have in your packet the memo from the town administrator around the recommendation for the use of the town funds from GIC. And so you can see that the town administrator is supportive of the advisory committee's recommendation on the Council on Aging. So essentially the Council on Aging was looking to restore part-time social worker position and then also elevate a part-time custodian to full-time. So that is part of the recommendation. And then we also are recommending an additional $50,000 into the select board budget in order to support some consulting services around the recommendations of the reimagining and reform committee work. You also should have received an email from me on the debt service budget. So there are adjustments to the draft budget vote based on revised, since we got very good interest rates, we had some revised debt service numbers, which was great. That allowed us to provide some additional funding for the CIP. And so the recommendation there is for funding for street repair and also for tree removal and replacement. The budget tables I will have for you next week. I went through a draft of it with the advisory committee. I thought there might be changes, so I didn't send it to the board, but we'll be having, the hearing is today, but the final vote will be next week. So you'll have those tables. You can just go back. The House Ways and Means budget did come out last week. Unfortunately, it didn't change very much for us in terms of what we were assuming. We typically go with the governor's budget and then we wait for final budget to make any additional adjustments, and that's usually in November. So at this point, we're holding steady with what we have in terms of state revenue as well. And then our CIP is also part of the financial plan. So coming off the draft vote, these are the items that are within the CIP. So the 6-year plan is $156 million, but for fiscal 22, these are all the special appropriations that are part of that plan. And you'll see that next week when we provide you with the budget tables and then the final vote as well. Here are some projects that are highlighted within the CIP. We've got Washington Street Rehabilitation and Complete Streets Program, which is a pretty substantial project. We have Skyline Park and Amory tennis courts kind of filtering through the CIP. We're also still talking about the fire station renovation project and what the right timeline is for that particular project, given the work that needs to be done at the Building Commission with the Committee of 7 and potentially doing some concept studies as well. So this is just a reminder of the CIP funding. So our CIP is, the target is 7.5% of prior year net revenue. 6% of that is coming from the operating budget, and free cash then is added to that to get us to 7.5%. So how we end up once we meet the funding obligations is we have a revenue finance CIP of $7.1 million. 2.3 million of that is tax financed, and that's lower than normal because the high school general fund subsidy that we discussed earlier is consuming a lot of debt capacity that would otherwise allow us to have additional tax financed cash projects. And then we also have free cash that brings us to $4.8 million. And then this is just a reminder of the allocation of free cash per our policy requirements. So we have operating budget reserve, just a reminder that we put $1 million above and beyond what the policy requirements ask us to because of the uncertainty around COVID and school funding and all the rest of it. We also have additional funding that we're looking to put into our stabilization fund. We typically also hold back allocating the full amount of free cash in order to preserve our unreserved fund balance levels. We have policy targets for our liability fund, our capital improvement plan. We just spoke about the $4.3 million. We had talked about our allocation of host community surplus from fiscal 20 to support the fiscal 22 appropriations until our stabilization fund is in place. It's more of a timing issue than anything else. And then we have our Affordable Housing Trust Fund balance. If it's below $5 million, it takes a piece of what's remaining after we've allocated the first 4 buckets. And then we also look to see what other areas need some further support. And so we have the recommendation on additional CIP. This is just a reminder of the debt finance component of our CIP. We have $36.3 million in debt service, and of that, 34.3 is general fund debt service. And of the general fund piece, we have $20.3 million as part of the debt exclusion, and then $14 million coming from operating funds. And then we also have our enterprise funds rounding it out at $2 million. So right now I can say that I don't have any restrictions from the advisory committee yet. They essentially have accepted the town administrator's recommendation, and then the town administrator has also come in line with their recommendation on Council on Aging. I think the school department is still a TBD. They're still debating some capital funding. The classroom capacity item is always a hot topic at advisory. So at this point, I don't have any conditional language on the CIP, but if that happens, I'll present it to you next week. This is also the public hearing on the budget. So if there are any questions about departmental budgets, I can always, if I'm not able to answer them myself, I can go back and make sure that the department head has provided an adequate response for the board, apart from the questions that were asked during their review with the select board.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to say that. I'd like to say that. I'd like to say
Why don't you type in what you want to say and I will try to read it. And while we're waiting for that,
Can you hear me?
yes, we can.
Better.
Okay. So I just wanted to say quickly that I appreciate adding money back to the Council on Aging, particularly the janitorial money. You don't usually think of janitors as being essential, but they are all the time. But also during this COVID time period, when the senior center is going to be reopening to some degree, and the need for disinfecting and all the other things that go along with operating a facility during COVID is so important. This lowly position, as some people think of it, is incredibly important. Probably one of the most important positions in many of our town facilities. Just a comment.
So we taking other questions and comments from the board at this point? Or
Yes, but try to make them brief because this is a public hearing and I'd like to at least open that public hearing.
Sure.
I should note also that there is an amendment that is being proposed by Nathan Schritz, and he is here also. He spoke briefly about it at the advisory committee, but just want to make you aware.
Okay, so just keep in mind that Deborah also, has it's a separate warrant article, but I believe it's related to the budget. So it might behoove us to hear from some of these people before we launch into very long, lengthy statements.
Are you looking at me?
Trying not to make eye contact with anyone right now.
Okay, I'll keep silent for now.
Do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
At this time, there are 19 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate that they'd like to make a comment.
So does it make sense to invite the other speakers to present? Has Nathan actually filed something?
So he has submitted an amendment that I think he's still looking for more information before he officially files it as a motion. Essentially, the advisory committee hasn't voted yet, so there's no kind of amendment there's no motion to amend at this point until the advisory committee makes their motion. So I would imagine that once the advisory committee, and Justin just texted me that they've just voted the recommended budget, they'll probably, that motion would be placed on top of the advisory committee motion.
Okay, so odds are this will be back before us.
Yes, very likely. But I
Okay,
think
so
it would be good just to hear just a general sense of what he's trying to do.
So Nathan, elevator pitch.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. So this pitch is to fund a settlement for the Gerald Austin matter. The number is a placeholder right now. It's $1 million, which is in line with some advice that I got from outside of this, outside of Brookline, actually. There's a few conditions on that appropriation. The conditions would be that Mr. Austin would have to give up his employment. He'd have to agree not to sue anybody else in the town. He'd have to agree to release and to cease all current legal proceedings. The idea here is also that the liability catastrophe fund has by policy a certain amount of money in it. It is my contention that given the current state of legal affairs with Mr. Austin, that we are no longer at a possible zero, or we're no longer at a likely zero possible outcome. It is possible that the SJC comes back and rules completely in our favor and all monies go away. But I think that that's unlikely. And I think that we should be considering the fact that we should be holding an accrual that's associated with this, with the final payment here. And that accrual is going to be significant. That might be completely contained within the about $2.8 million, I think $3 million that's in the liability catastrophe fund today. But upon paying that, or at least upon recognizing that that money is otherwise spent, that fund itself would be would require replenishment because it would be diminished. The other piece of this amendment would be for town meeting to have the opportunity to weigh in on any, if the SJC were to send this back to lower court, this would be town meeting saying, let's just get this thing settled. Here's an amount of money. We've said that we want to set this aside, and we want to see this taken care of.
Okay, thank you very much for giving us that preview. So I am also inclined to keep this public hearing open as we also hear from Deborah Brown on the next warrant article, since it's budget related. Melissa, does that make sense?
Sure. I think that Deborah's still working through with the moderator how her article will be treated in relation to the budget. But potentially I would, treat this in a similar way as a motion to the advisory committee budget motion.
Okay, great. So Deborah, my understanding is you have about 5 minutes. Please adhere to that. You did a very good job the first time.
Oh, I think I'll be faster than that.
Excellent.
So the idea, and this will be the third time that I've raised the issue of Wi-Fi, and we're looking for 140,000 for that. I think approximately $625,000 to repair some of the worst units at BHA housing. The catch is that the moderator has told me, I made some revisions and he said that they are out of scope. So I have an email into him to find out what's within scope is. So the worst case scenario is you will see me on Friday collecting 250 signatures to call for a special town meeting to introduce yet again money for Wi-Fi and money to help repair some of the worst kitchens and bathrooms at BHA. Not a majority of them, not a third of them. I think we're like in the single digits. So that's the ask. And hopefully I'll have more information by next select board meeting, one way or the other.
Great, I appreciate that. So we got the preview. We're not voting on this tonight, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So anyone signed up for public comment on these?
At this time, there are 16 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, so I'm gonna close the public hearing, but please stop me if anybody does raise their hand. I will open it up to other select board members to, give their thoughts. I just want to bring your attention to the fact that we still have the fossil fuel free warrant articles to go. It's now 10:02, and we have 2 other warrant articles in addition to those. And I'm trying to give indication to Maya, who's been very patient, and hers is the last warrant article scheduled for tonight. I don't know whether or not to tell her to come back next week. So just keep all of that in mind as you say your comments. John, would you like to say something? You're muted.
Yes, thank you very much. And I will keep it very short. But at some point in the future, we'll have to have a much longer discussion about this. Deborah knows a lot more about these issues than I do. But at the same time, I'm wondering if she saw the headline today. Top liberal lawmakers, and we're talking about in the nation's capital, we're talking about AOC, Bernie Sanders, unveiled legislation on Monday that would pour more than $100 billion over a decade into modernizing the public housing system and starting a transition to renewable energy. And furthermore, this effort is, it would actually triple the amount that President Biden has proposed to tackle, and this is the description, a large backlog of improvements to the nation's aging public housing system. So my point in bringing this up is that it makes the point that this is a federal responsibility. And we are on the verge of finally, after literally decades, the federal government is going to accept that it has not maintained public housing the way it should, and they might triple the amount spent on it with over $100 billion. So I'm just going to ask people to keep in mind the timing here, that we're being asked as a municipality to step in and do what the federal government should have been doing for decades, just as the federal government is about to do it. And you'll hear more about that, but I want to keep it short, so I'm going to just stop right there.
Thank you. Nancy or Raul? Raul first, then Nancy.
Okay.
Sure. I'll just say we don't have the time to get into how much I disagree with everything that John just said. We can have that discussion another time.
Nancy and then Bernard.
Well, one of my frustrations has been that both the state and the federal government have never funded BHA the way they should. And I don't know, I would like to know what efforts the BHA and other public housing facilities around the state, including the ones in Boston and other places, have done to push back against the federal government and the state government. I think that, I agree that it's shameful that the residents have to suffer in these deplorable conditions. And I don't like that. I think it's awful. But at the same time, the use of our dollars for other entities' responsibilities also hurts people here and in other ways. So it's not a very great situation, and I do think we need to look at that issue and how we can absolutely press, the entities that are responsible for this deplorable situation.
Yeah.
Bernard?
Okay, I'd just like to have someone say whether the town and our general fund can spend money for these type of projects so that we can stop having this conversation. I don't think we can. The Wi-Fi, maybe we have a little authority there, but more importantly, the stimulus money or the American Rescue Plan money specifically talks about Wi-Fi or broadband. And we should be looking at that as a solution to that aspect of the problem. But I'd like someone just to tell me whether the town and its general fund can spend money to fix kitchens in a separate, not a municipality, but a separate governmental entity.
You want to try to take that, Melissa or Mel?
I would say probably.
Probably what?
Probably you can. You can support affordable housing, public housing, probably. I believe that Ms. Correa answered that at one point, but I'll try to find it.
Okay.
Okay. So again, we are not voting on this tonight. So I'd like to move us along to the fossil fuel-free warrant articles, which are next. This public hearing is closed. I think I did that, but I just want to be really sure. So if we're good, we'll move into the fossil fuel-free warrant articles. And please, petitioners, we will hold you to the time limit.
Great. Kathleen Scanlon will be presenting 25.
Great.
Hi. I'm going to share my screen if that's okay. Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you. My name is Kathleen Scanlon, Town Meeting Member Precinct 3, and I'm an architect as well as a member of the Select Board Climate Action Committee. I'll be discussing warrant article 25, which is an amendment to the Emerald Island Special District regulations. This was unanimously endorsed by the Select Board Climate Action Committee. Zoning Bylaw Committee also endorsed this unanimously. And there is an amended version that was forwarded by Jesse Gray with some new definitions for lab spaces and location of the definition. So you should have received that as well. Here's the team. And in November of 2019, as you all recall, we passed almost unanimously warrant article 21, which would have mandated fossil fuel-free construction in Brookline. But this was turned down by the Attorney General's office in July of last year, and this is a continuation of that work. This warrant article tests the concept of incentivizing fossil fuel-free development with new zoning opportunities in the Emerald Island Special District. This definition for fossil fuel-free will be the same as the one for warrant article 26. Here's a map. And redevelopment under the Emerald Island passed in 2016 and requires compliance with a set of design and development criteria. Here we have a map showing the hotel in the lower parcel, Washington Street and Brookline Ave. Oops, sorry. And the provision of public benefits and this development and design criteria is necessary to comply with to get the zoning relief. And one of these design standards was to meet LEED Silver certifiable or higher development standards. And this language was approved by the Attorney General. Where the Emerald Island differs from other overlay districts is that, as I mentioned, the Hilton Garden Hotel has been recently completed, and it's only one of several parcels on a larger overlay district shown by this red dotted line on the map. And all other Emerald Island parcels, mostly that require some assembly, have yet to be redeveloped. And this is just to refresh everyone's memory on the Emerald Island Special District requirements. There's basically exceptions to baseline zoning. If you have a certain size lot, you meet overlay zoning requirements, you build a desired use, And only then can you exceed the baseline zoning for height and setbacks and use alternative parking requirements, all subject to the same reviews and approvals. Oh, sorry. So under this warrant article, the hotel would be grandfathered in because it was permitted prior to any passage of this warrant article and would not be affected until they undergo new construction, which is unlikely to be anytime soon. Baseline zoning in this district is industrial with an FAR of 1.0. A developer could build under this zoning without building a fossil fuel-free building. However, if the developer combines 2 or more of the parcels and wants to get the special district zoning that allows greater density, they will need to build fossil fuel-free. This overlay is the bonus or the incentive. And the developer always has the option of reverting to the baseline zoning, so fossil fuel-free is not a requirement. Note that LEED Silver certifiable is already part of this overlay zoning, and this warrant article adds fossil fuel-free for new construction only. I did walk the district to do outreach to property owners with a detailed letter explaining the warrant article. I spoke verbally to 5 out of 7 of the parcel representatives or the owner, and I've not heard any concerns yet from the property owners.
You have 30 seconds.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so fossil fuel free Canon is being implemented with larger buildings with very little additional costs, less than 1% payback shown in studies. It can be built very densely. Here's some examples of other buildings. You basically electrify everything, run it on renewables, and even with complicated building envelope designs, less than 1% construction, less than 1% additional costs. There's a report documenting this. Here's an example when developers had a choice, Hilton Garden Inn, and guess what? They don't do it. So we're trying to get something more like this, where fossil fuel free is being built at an exponential rate throughout the Commonwealth. And, we've had gas leak explosions, dying trees in Brookline, leaking pipes need to be replaced. And the latest reports show that it's going to cost $17 billion to repair Massachusetts leaky gas pipes, and it will take 90 years to pay it off.
You've reached 6 minutes.
Okay, so basically we are asking for this to be voted on so that we can test a proof of concept here and to do it in an area where we're already approving for development and sustainability goals in Brookline. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that, so I'm guessing that that's just the warrant article on the emerald necklace?
Correct. Yes, correct. That's
So
25. 26 is related, but it's they're separate. And the reason being that they would have to be approved by the Attorney General, and they may approve both, or their office may approve both or one. So
okay, I just in terms of presentation and time,
yep.
We're already at 10:15. Okay, so this is a public hearing. I'm assuming that we have at least 5 people signed up. Devin, do you know how long the list is yet?
At this time, there are 3 people signed up. The first is Jesse. You've been promoted to a panelist, and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
And I'll just yield my time.
Great. The second is Lisa. You're promoted to a panelist, and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
I'll also yield my time. Thank you.
The third is Werner Lowy. You have been promoted to a panelist, and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
I'm tempted to yield, but I will speak because I'm interested in speaking on both warrant articles 25 and 26. So even though you haven't heard about 26, let me just make a couple a very general comment, which is that neither of these warrant articles is simple. They're not elegant, they're not perfect, but they'll do exactly what we need to do. They're the single most important thing we can do locally right now to address climate change, both for ourselves and also to be leaders, at least in Massachusetts and perhaps around the country. And it's because these warrant articles are pushing the envelope that they raise some difficult questions, which Kathleen and Jesse and Lisa are certainly able to answer. We've answered those questions, and we need your support. So I hope you'll vote in favor of both warrant article 25 and 26. And I didn't introduce myself. I'm Werner Lowy from precinct 13. Thank you.
And thank you so much. So I'm going to open it up to the rest of the select board members, keeping in mind that we are going to have another separate presentation on the fossil fuel free stuff. And we will have an opportunity to say comments about that warrant article as well. Anybody want to make comments about this specific warrant article? Nancy, you're muted. Try one more time. Devin, can you unmute Nancy? Or does she have to unmute?
I can only prompt her to unmute. Hold on one second, Nancy. Just wait till I'm gonna hit unmute, and then you should get a little screen that says the host is asking you to unmute.
Ah, that worked. Thank you. So I just want to say that I'm going to support this. I do think that it's an important tool that we could use to insist that developers make their places fossil fuel free. My only concern is in the area of setbacks. You've heard me say this before. We don't want them to build up to the line, the property line. It's really better if we have some landscaping around the property. Landscaping is another tool in the toolbox to reduce carbon emissions, because trees especially suck up that carbon, and we need their help. So I think we have to set a standard where we don't just let everyone come to the property line. That's all I want to say.
Any other members want to say anything before we move on to the next warrant article? Raul.
Sure, I'll just say I agree with Nancy about what she said about setbacks, and also that I plan to support this. Thanks.
So let's hear the presentation on the fossil fuel free warrant article.
Thank you. Jesse will be making that.
Okay, let me just share my screen here. And I'll try to be as brief as I can. You guys are heroes for staying up so late week after week. All right, can you see my title screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we came to you, very supportive group in 2019, and you helped us pass model legislation, as Kathleen mentioned, subsequently disallowed by the Attorney General. Since then, the earth has gotten warmer, things have gotten way worse, and the case for action is growing, and at the same time, it's become more practical and even more affordable to build fossil fuel free. I just want to talk briefly about the box that we're in, this problem that we have, which has been outlined by state bureaucrats working for Charlie Baker, a Republican, who have said that in the next 9 years, we need to decarbonize 1 million buildings in the state. This is correct. It's not controversial, but it is going to be a challenge. We have to figure out how to do it. The first thing that we ought to do is not make the problem worse by installing brand new fossil fuel infrastructure that we then have to remove to meet our goals. And it's easy to say, but actually, even for this easy step, there's no political path forward. We are stymied and we are blocked by the state from even taking this easy first step locally. And it's pretty unfair, actually, to property owners who are being taken advantage of because contractors and developers don't tell people that there's even a choice, or that it's cost neutral, or that it can even save money. So part of the box we're in is that there's a goal, but there's no plan. And I'd love not to be in this box, but this is where we are. And by the way, as Tommy Vitolo would tell you if you called him up, and he said it publicly, Unfortunately, although the climate bill that was just passed is fantastic, it doesn't get us there for a variety of reasons. So this is not our first attempt. As you know, that was in 2019. It's not our second attempt. That was in 2020. With your help, we passed a home rule petition, but we're still at a legal standstill. So this is actually our third attempt. And in the meantime, we've gathered up 17 towns and cities who have joined us, working with the Rocky Mountain Institute in an initiative led by Lisa Cunningham. And we have started a movement with your help, and our risks have paid off. And we've garnered quite a bit of support for this warrant article in this town meeting cycle as well. This is a response to the Attorney General, who suggested the use of zoning and the use of something less than a mandate. So as Kathleen described, 25 is Emerald Island Special District pilot for overlays as a bonus incentive. This is a broader solution that's going to be needed to solve the problem on the scale of the whole town. It's the same basic policy as warrant article 21 with some differences in the policy, but very similar policy, same definition of new buildings, very similar but slightly different threshold for significant rehabilitation, and very similar exemptions. It's a different implementation though. It's through zoning. It's in the language of zoning. It has waivers processed by the ZBA. It only applies to projects that require a special permit. There is no denial of a building permit ever. And there's a bunch of choices that are embedded in this. In response to feedback, we've delayed the implementation, something I didn't even know was possible in zoning, but it is, to September 1st. We've made that dependent on planning board guidelines on waivers and implementation. And we've made it easier to extend the time delimited special permits that are issued to fossil fuel projects under this proposal. And we've also exempted projects that require special permit only for design review or only for a DDRIC exemption. This doesn't affect small projects, only major rehabs or new construction. And it's cost effective even now to go from gas to electric. I'll skip over these details, but it's cost effective, basically cost neutral even without weatherization. But what's more is that over the life of a building constructed now, costs are expected to flip even just for the heating portion, which is a little bit more expensive right now, slightly more. And in about 15 years, or less actually, even 5 years, the cost should flip. So actually gas—
You have 30 seconds.
Gas is going to be more expensive. So we have a bright all electric future in Brookline. This is our team. I forgot to mention this warrant article, is a complex one, and it was professionally drafted for us by Ray Mears, who's a talented environmental and municipal lawyer. That's it. Thank you.
So this is a public hearing. Are any members of the public signed up to speak on this warrant article?
At this time, there are 13 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, so while we wait to see if anybody wants to raise their hand, let's hear from select board members that may have questions or just want to say that they are supportive or any comments or concerns. Nancy?
I'm supporting it. I like the idea. And so let's get on with it.
Well said. John?
I'm supporting it as well. Excuse me. And I thought Werner stated it very well, that there is nothing that we can do that would have more impact than these two articles. And I think the sponsors are going to someday earn the gratitude of the town for this. It's been a battle, but I think we're all going to see the wisdom of this, even if we have to fight yet another round, based on whatever determination is made by the Attorney General. But it's always every step towards the goal is important, and this is a big one.
Raul?
Yeah, just want to thank the petitioners for staying at it and being so diligent, dogged even in making sure that we do the right thing in Brookline. Glad to be with y'all.
Anyone signed up for public comment?
No.
Okay, so if I didn't close the other warrant, other warrant article hearing, that is closed. This one is now closed. Was this possible vote or are we waiting?
No, we don't have a schedule for a possible vote on the agenda.
Okay. But you heard, general support of a majority of the board, so stay tuned.
Thank you very much for all your time and effort. We really appreciate it and the support.
Yeah, couldn't imagine a more supportive board. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to the last warrant article hearing of the night. Article 27, which I think is about housing bidding.
That's right. We are going to share some slides and Eric Chamberlain will be sharing that if he's promoted. Eric, are you on? Yes, he is. Okay. Eric, can you share the slides? Thanks. Okay, thank you. My name is Kathleen Scanlon, Town Meeting Member Precinct 3 and an architect. I'm joined tonight by Mike Jacobs, Chair of the Brookline Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. Next slide. That's the team. Next slide, please. The site is located at 32 Marion Street, and we are seeking to exempt the Colonel Floyd redevelopment project from Chapter 149 public bid requirements. Our goal with this home rule petition is to be able to build a more energy efficient passive house standard building. I'll quickly explain passive house design concepts, and then Mike Jacobs will outline the challenges with Chapter 149 bidding requirements and passive house. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of the basic project. It's 6 stories. 115 units, all 1 bedroom of senior housing, and it's 100% affordable. Next slide. Passive house design focuses on lower energy consumption. It achieves this with increased insulation, air tightness, high performing windows, and simplified mechanical systems. It is not a checklist like you may have heard with LEED, another energy standard, but rather performance based. This means Passive House relies on energy modeling and on-site testing during construction. It requires intense collaboration between the design team, contractor, and trades. Next slide. The envelope of a Passive House building is extremely airtight. Special detailing of air sealing has to be done at any openings in the wall or floor slabs to keep the air barrier intact. And the air barrier is tested repeatedly, and the trades need to come back and make adjustments until energy targets are met. Chapter 149 very narrowly defines the scopes of the trades that would exclude this extra coordination required with this kind of testing. And now I'll turn it over to Mike Jacobs.
Thanks,
Next
Kathleen. I just want to clarify one thing. We're not asking for an exclusion of public bidding, but from filed sub-bids. So there still will be competitive public bidding. So while the $6.5 million designated by the town is critical for this project, the bulk of funding is coming through a state competition. Those state subsidies for new construction are being prioritized for passive house projects. And next slide, please. Under state law, in addition to paying prevailing wages, the Brookline Housing Authority must use a system known as filed sub-bids through Chapter 149, which was started back in 1981. Under that system, trade categories are strictly separated with defined scopes of work. Under that system, subcontractors must submit bids prior to the due date for the general bids of a general contractor. The result of this process is that a general contractor will often be paired with a subcontractor he or she has not worked with before. The universe of contractors and subcontractors who participate in the system is greatly reduced, and it has significant implications for constructing a passive house building. Passive house builds to a performance standard, such as the amount of energy utilization. This is difficult to quantify in bid documents, for example, a certain amount of energy per square foot to heat and cool a building. But public bidding is based on built amounts, such as the inches of insulation, length of pipe. This further emphasizes the need for greater coordination and collaboration between the general and the subcontractor. In contrast to this, Chapter 149 has strictly separate trades submitting bids that work against the integrated process required of passive house work. It just doesn't neatly fit into one trade. Many quality general contractors shy away from public bid projects because they cannot choose subcontractors with whom they have previously worked. Relief from complex public procurement requirements will make it possible to expand the universe of contractors to attract skilled, specialized contractors who will coordinate the work and ensure that passive house standards are met.
You have 30 seconds.
Next slide. In this example, there are at least 4 trades that could be responsible for this air sealing example: plumbing, fire protection, electrical, HVAC. As a performance-based standard, passive house cannot be accomplished without collaboration between the owner, architect, general contractor, and subcontractor. The entire structure of a filed bid project works against this. Subcontractors bid only on their sub-trades, resulting in compartmentalization of work. On a non-filed sub-bid project, the general contractor ensures the complementary nature of the plans and specs are met by the subcontractors. The narrow focus of the bidding process of Chapter 149 works against a smooth integration of work. Since passive house is a performance-based standard, the general contractor must be able to take full ownership of all the work. Unless filed sub-bids are eliminated, individual subcontractors will only be responsible for their narrow trades. This will lead to serious coordination issues, which will threaten the BHA's ability to complete a passive house project. The home rule petition we are proposing would allow the legislature to grant the BHA an exemption from Chapter 149 sub-bidding requirements, which we believe is the only way we can realistically construct a passive house building. Thank you.
6 minutes.
Okay.
Last slide.
So this is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public signed up? I see Bernard's hand raised, so I will defer to him, but I just want to see if there are any members of the public who have signed up to speak.
At this time, there are 9 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature indicating they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, so Bernard, you get the first
Yeah,
comment.
I just want to make one quick comment and hope that at some point we get an answer. Would this preclude you from doing what's currently done now, and that is incentivizing general contractors to contract with women and minority subcontractors?
No.
Okay.
Raul.
It would expand, this expands the number of filed sub-bids really sort of limits the universe of contractors. So by eliminating the filed sub-bid, it's going to expand the universe of contractors who can participate.
Okay.
Raul.
Yeah, I had a similar question. I see what you're saying, Mike, because my question was whether or not this is at odds with some of our other priorities, which are increasing the percentage of contracts that go to women and people of color owned businesses. I think I see what you're saying. I just don't know what leverage that gives us at all to ensure that that the businesses that I discussed are actually included as subcontractors. It doesn't seem we have any leverage there, do we?
I don't know. Garrett, I don't know if Garrett has any answer.
Thanks, Mike. I raised my hand. I thought I might be able to chime in here on the MB WBE requirements. That is actually not related to Chapter 149 bidding procedures. MBE WBE is a state agency requirement. And under any provisions, if Brookline Housing Authority went forward under 149 or went forward under the auspices of this home rule petition, those MBE, WBE would be voluntary and not the mandated contract percentages that are required of various state agencies.
And would any of that change after after conducting a disparity study, as Boston did?
I'm not sure I can answer that question. I think that's related to a town policy and not the state requirements.
Don't know the answer.
Okay.
So Nancy had her hand up, and then I think we do have a question from the audience. So Nancy first, and then Regina.
I just want to
And
know.
we're 7 minutes over.
I just want to know how much time, extra time this process is going to add. I like the idea that A, you're addressing the climate issue, and B, the 100% affordability. So I'm really on board with those two things. I'm just curious about the timing here and how much longer it's going to take.
Garrett, I don't believe it's going to add any extra time.
Sorry, I missed that. In terms of the length of the bidding process? No. Sorry.
It should shorten the bidding process.
Yeah.
Time should get shorter.
Yes,
Okay, well, that's good to
typically.
hear. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. The 149 is separate defined time limit for both filed and general. This would allow an integrated bid, so the
Okay.
time theoretically would be shorter.
Great.
So I don't see Regina still in the, is she an attendee?
I'm here. I'm here.
Good. Okay. Regina, would you like to ask your question?
Yeah, let me explain something. When you switch from being a host to an attendee, there's a gap in the process. So I was waiting. I was ready to do it. It's the way the technology works. Yes, I do have a question. Mike might know the answer. Can you give other examples of other projects that have done this, exactly what you're asking us to do?
Yes, it's been done in Boston, Chelmsford, and Holyoke right now. Just the Holyoke Housing Authority right now has just done it as well.
And what have been the plus sides and the downsides of assuming, are any of the projects finished? Or they're just in?
Well, in Boston and Chelmsford, those projects are finished. Eric may know more, but Holyoke just got this approved in the city. Someone on the advisory committee actually just had his project approved.
So can somebody tell me any downside to it as well as the plus side? I think the plus side's obvious. What has been the downside?
Mike, sorry to interject, but just to clarify that what Mike is referring to is home rule petitions relative to the Chapter 149 bidding requirements.
Yep.
Boston and Holyoke and Chelmsford had other reasons for applying for these exemptions. That was not for the purposes of building passive house specifically. Boston has routinely done this over the recent decades for their major development projects. Holyoke and Chelmsford I'm not sure about the particulars of their reasoning. Just to come at it from the other direction, to my knowledge, there's about 30 passive house projects completed or in process in Massachusetts. None of them have been done under public procurement, Chapter 149, which is the reason partly why we're asking for an exemption in this case.
Okay, great. Any other comments by board members? I don't believe that we're voting on this article this week. Bernard, do you want to say anything?
No, I have nothing further to say. We exceeded our 10:30 deadline by 11 minutes, but it was good to get through this article. You know, we do need to be flexible with our end of meeting rule, but I don't have anything further to say.
Okay, I've just been reminded that we have one more item to dispense with, and that is Roger Blood's warrant article 32. Thank you all very much for this presentation, or 23 rather.
Thank you.
I am closing this public hearing, and we will hear briefly from Roger Blood, and hopefully this will be the last item for us to take up.
Yeah, it should be very brief because we're just voting on this. We've already heard the article discussed in detail.
Roger, you're muted. Try to keep it under 2 minutes. Now you're unmuted.
Yes. Well, I wasn't planning to present further. I think we had a good full presentation at the previous meeting. The article has gone through several hearings at other committees without a single vote of opposition in three different hearings so far. The article is needed now because there is a provision of the existing warrant that will expire when we reach the imminent 10%, and we have an improved method of targeting incomes for the affordable units that will replace the expiring provision. There's another immediate need to align the language of the article that defines households that are eligible for the affordable units with the state's rules under DHCD. We're currently acting under the state's rules and not in conformance with our own articles. So we need and want to bring that into conformance as well. And the final reason is something that the HAB has been asked and wanted to do for some time, and that is to make to find out whether developers might contribute a bit more towards the affordable housing component of their projects. And with the help of Pam McKinney, we've validated that premise and have a specific proposal before you that we think and all the HAB members believe will do that in addition to the other two needs.
Great. Any remaining questions from select board members before we move to vote this? Seeing none, I guess I will make a motion for favorable action on warrant article 23. Oh, wow, I've never actually had to conduct the roll call.
You start with Nancy, then me, then you, then Raul, and then John and you.
Okay. Nancy.
Aye.
Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you. That is the conclusion of our meeting tonight.
Thank you, Heather. I apologize for the mess of my internet connection, but that's life when you're out of town.
Happy to do it, Bernard.
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Okay.
Night.
See you real soon.
Safe travels, Bernard.